Good morning. Welcome to day 2, April 20th, 2023, California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Ms. Chapman, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
My pleasure. Good morning, commissioners. As I call your name, please unmute yourself and verify your presence. Vice Chair Tostin, Commissioner Andrus, Commissioner Estes,
Here.
Commissioner Gill, Commissioner Graff,
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton, Chair Hayes White,
Present.
Commissioner Lopez,
Present.
Commissioner Notch,
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa,
Here.
Commissioner Ruiz, Commissioner Snipes,
Here.
Commissioner Sorter,
Here.
Commissioner Topalian,
Present.
Commissioner Michaud,
Present.
and Commissioner Wilkins.
Here.
Thank you. That concludes our roll call. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I hereby call the April 20th, 2023 meeting of the California Advisory Commission on Special Education to order at 10:05 a.m. Commissioner Snipes, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, thank you. And now we move forward with our regular business, housekeeping and announcements. Commissioners, I have received guidance from our team of ASL interpreters. Please adhere to the following practices. Please watch the pacing of your speech. Please speak clearly into the microphone. And please pause for effect. Thank you. All right, commissioners, in my hand, I have our new updated April 2023 California Advisory Commission on Special Education bylaws. Can we please have a clap for that? I am going to email you an electronic copy today before we exit the building, okay? So please remind me to do that. And also, commissioners, in our bylaws binder, we will have a hard copy available for you for the June meeting, yes? Okay. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication to updating and amending Article 6 and Section 3 student members. Thank you. All right. That concludes my announcement. So now we are ready to review the agenda and public comments. Commissioners, we have a robust agenda today, so please bear with me as I review each agenda item. Item number 8. Commissioners, we already debriefed our visit with Senator Newman yesterday during item number 7. So therefore, item number 8 will be an action item so we can hear the Tehama County Superintendent of Schools Gerber Elementary School expansion application. Item number 9, digital 508 compliant meeting materials and presentations. CDE will share the requirements for compliant digital presentations and materials. Item number 10, Universal Design for Learning, UDL, beyond the classroom and into the boardroom. An explanation regarding how UDL can be adopted and implemented to model a culture of fully inclusive boardroom environments will be provided. We will break for a 60-minute lunch at 12:15 and return at 1:15. Then we will have item number 11, alternative dispute resolution. Representatives from the Special Education Local Plan Areas, or the SELPA, will provide an overview and summary of the annual Alternative Dispute Resolution, ADR, conference. Item number 12, we will hear the Special Education Director's report. Item 13, we will hear liaison reports from the State Board of Education, the Director of State Special Schools, and commissioners. We will take a 15-minute break at 3:30 and return at 3:45. Item number 14, Mental Health Committee will share their progress report. Item 15, the Goal Award Committee will share their progress report. Item 16, we will have our agenda building process. Item 17, general public comment, and we will adjourn our meeting at 5 o'clock. That's a big day, don't we got? Okay, so Ms. Chapman, please review the guidelines for providing public comments in person, by telephone, and or by email.
For public comment, the conference dial-in number is 717-908-1937. The participant access code is 467-9071#. Public comment is now being heard for this current topic only, and prior to making public comment, callers should make sure the volume on their computer is muted to avoid feedback sounds. Copies of meeting materials are available by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now going to move right into action item number 8. Tehama County Superintendent of Schools, Gerber Elementary School expansion application. And now we will hear from Director Calamise, who will provide us an update regarding this application process. Director Calamise, I turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, Chair Hayes-White. Good morning, commissioners. Wanted to bring an item before you regarding the Tehama County Office of Education and their proposed plan regarding the Gerber site school expansion. I think, as you know, just to preface this issue, the ability to serve students with disabilities in modernized facilities and for those students to have access to their peers is always the goal as well. The situation in terms of the proposal that the Tehama County Office of Education has submitted to the CDE really allows their regionalized program that they currently run to be located centrally in modernized facilities that, one, meet their needs and also allow maximum integration with their peers as well. Again, the previous facilities were aging upwards of over 30 years old. And as you can imagine, I've taught in classrooms, been in classrooms where the facilities don't quite meet the needs of the students in this particular way. So their application is seeking, an approval from the ACSE Commission at this time to allow for the site expansion, which will allow students to be served in a centralized location, serving as a hub for the community and modern facilities. And also they will have the opportunity to engage with their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent possible, which obviously is something when these applications come in, is certainly in areas that we look at to ensure, again, we're not creating sort of segregated sites offsite as well. I think, again, in terms of the sort of next steps of the role of this commission is to submit a letter to the State Superintendent of Public Instruction with your recommendations regarding the either approval or denial of this facility. However, the CDE has done its review and has determined that the site does meet sort of the requirements for us that have been stipulated in Ed Code, and that it should move forward as well. So, but again, 15 days and a letter will go to the State Superintendent of Public Instructions with the formalized sort of response from there as well. Happy to take any questions.
May I invite Assistant Superintendent Coates to come up and tell us more about the dynamic plans that they have to upgrade the facilities and the plans for their inclusive playgrounds. I pass the mic to you, Assistant Superintendent Coates.
Good morning. Is my mic on? Am I good? Everyone can hear me? No, sorry. Is that better? I usually have such a loud voice. Okay, I can hear it now. Good morning. I'd be happy to talk about the plans. I'm representing the County Superintendent of Schools of Tehama County today, as well as the governing board of the Tehama County local plan area, so otherwise known as SELPA. I have a unique role in that I am a dual role. I operate the programs and oversee the programs for the county office, as well as the SELPA duties. So it really dovetails nicely in being able to not only speak to this bigger picture of what Director Calamise discussed about inclusion and integration and ensuring those things occur, I actually operate the programs too. So I can do both simultaneously, which is helpful in our small and rural area. You've heard me talk many times. I'm an advocate for the small and sparse areas. I'll give you a little background about Tehama County. If you get on the highway and go about 2 hours north, you're going to hit the center of our county and the county seat, Red Bluff. And we border 3 counties, I think: Trinity, Shasta, actually 4 counties: Trinity, Shasta, Lassen, and Butte, and we extend pretty far geographic mass among those counties. And our regional program has been in operation for over 40 years at our most central site. It's literally in the center. If you dropped a pin, center in the county. Gerber Elementary School. It's a very small K-8, and we service our students with some of our most significant disabilities at that site, so low incidence disabilities, as well as our regional program for our deaf and hard of hearing students. They're fully included and mainstreamed in general education for that specific program. As Director Calamise discussed, our buildings are aging, and the site itself, so Gerber Elementary, the site that we're at, has some needs for access of travel for all, not just their students, not just all of their students, but for community members that come on campus, even parents, It's in the middle of literally agricultural land. So we're looking together on how to make that access of travel, access of path of travel for everyone that accesses their school better. We've combined and hired the same architect. So we're working hand in hand. We're not working differently. Special education and general education don't have their own separate plans. We're working together. We're looking at inclusive playgrounds, as the chair said, and we're really looking at this of how to expand this opportunity for all students and community members. We're also desiring to bring our medical therapy unit for our students that have the California Children's Services, so occupational therapy, physical therapy, that will also be co-located there. So it will be a literal community hub for all students and families in the center of our county. And we are rural, so there is some travel that is necessary to get there, but it's equal travel any point of the county that you are at. So we're really, really excited about the project. We've been planning it for quite some time, and we're eager to get forward. We're eager to just move forward with this, and happy to take questions. Our county superintendent couldn't be here today. He is in meetings in Southern California, but sent me on his behalf.
Commissioners, I open up the floor for you to ask any questions.
I was just trying to get more of a visual of it. Are kids bussed in? How many kids? And I think you said 1 through 8th, or is it extended?
Great question, Commissioner Lopez. We have a pre-K through 8th grade regional programs, and also TK through 8th grade for our DHH deaf and hard of hearing program. Currently, I'm guesstimating, but I think currently there's probably 30 to 40 students. Preschool can fluctuate based on when they turn 3, as you know. And many of the students are bussed in. Yes, that is accurate. However, our 2 biggest pockets of population are spread apart from each other. So Corning is just south of Gerber, where the site is, and Red Bluff is just north. So the majority of the students have a transportation time that's about equitable. It's generally speaking about 10 to 15 miles between both. So they do travel. Most of the students do travel there from their home sites.
Could you, I'm sorry if you, I'm still drinking coffee. It's
okay. Oh, girl,
so
okay. I need some more coffee as well.
So, could you describe a little bit about how the students are integrated with the other students? How is this a least restrictive environment setting when it's a separate site, and how that compares to how it is now?
Yeah, that's a great question. So any student that is referred to this regional programming, we have a pretty robust referral process. They must go through an education benefit and an least restrictive environment analysis prior to us even discussing a regional referral, because we are in fact asking them to leave their home site, right? So that's already happening. We have an excellent relationship with our homes or our site, Gerber Elementary School. The superintendent has a spirit of inclusion. She loves having this program on our campus, and in fact is one of our smallest districts. So that says that just talks about who she is. I remember yesterday, Superintendent Thurman said, our values are shown in our budget. This is the type of superintendent where her values are shown with inclusion, and she models inclusion within her own site, and our site and her site work simultaneously. You can't tell that it's a regional site. There's not, that's them over there. We work together. We often share staff. The students every IEP is looked at how students can be included in general education. And in fact, the inclusive preschool or the inclusive playground is an idea we're co-creating right now, because we know that all students could benefit from that. So even during times of break, we are thinking about how to have our students more included. Our students that have hearing loss or deaf of hard of hearing are pretty, I would say, mostly mainstreamed with interpreters. So they are in their general education peers the vast majority of their day. Our students with more extensive needs, it is definitely based on their stamina, their health, their health, what they can sustain, as well as the best, least restrictive environment. And those are done in IEPs together, co-created together.
Any other comments, commissioners? How long is your application, your building process going to be?
Well, and I am not a facilities expert, so I don't know all of the nuanced details of all of those plans that have to go through those other agencies. But I do know this is the beginning stages. We are hoping to break ground in the 2024-2025 school year. As you all know, there's a lot of regulations around school facilities. We are also applying for some modernization funds and are hoping to get in line for any school bonds that come up. I hope I said that right. I think my CBO is probably watching me right now, so I hope he's chuckling in his office because I am quickly becoming a facilities expert, although I don't claim to be one. But hopefully our dream would be to start in that 2024-25 school year, which seems like a long ways away, but that shows the intent of the planning between the district, the SELPA governing board, I should have mentioned that. The SELPA governing board has also approved this project and in conjunction with the county office. So as we talk about one system, right? I know you all have heard this word, the one system. We're embodying the one system. Our county superintendent of schools is working with one of his smallest districts and the SELPA governing board to make an inclusive site happening. There's not silos happening in our neck of the woods. It's actually together and integrated.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments? Commissioners, I would like for us to engage in a motion for ACSE leadership to submit a letter to SSPI Thurman in support of Tehama County's application approval.
I'll move to write a letter to Superintendent Thurman.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Ms. Chapman, can you please facilitate a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Commissioner Estes,
Yes.
Commissioner Graff,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, Chair Hayes White,
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Notch,
Yes.
Commissioner Oyakawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorter,
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian,
Yes.
Commissioner Michaud,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Yes.
That completes the call.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we have passed the motion. Let's give us a clap.
Great. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And you're in for a treat with the UDL presentation. I can't wait either. I'm going to be an active participant in the audience.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Chapman, can you please put up the public comment slide so we can offer the public an opportunity to comment? And while that is up, audience members, if you would like to make a comment, you can do so now. I see no commenters in the building. What about on the phone?
There are no online callers at this time.
All right, hearing no further comments, we will now move into item number 9. digital 508 compliant meeting materials and presentations. We will hear from Director Calamise regarding CDE's requirements for 508 compliant digital meeting materials and presentations in preparation for our voting student commissioners and to answer the public's call to have advanced access to our meeting materials and presentations. Director Calamise, I pass the mic to you.
Great, thank you, Chair Hayes White, and hello again. Right before the UDL, I sorry to sort of steal the momentum here. So the real excitement comes for the next presentation, but I think it dovetails nicely here when we're talking about web standards and accessibility, and just wanted to provide all of you an opportunity to, I think, sort of understand at a very high level some of the requirements that we do have at CDE in terms of 508 compliance, and we'll provide you some information and links within the presentation to sort of describe our process and what it takes as well. As you know, we take very seriously sort of 508 compliance for all the obvious reasons of providing access and opportunity for participation from the public to engage with us in a meaningful way. Obviously, as we're modeling the values that we expect to see across the state as well. So, as I stated before, I think this presentation will sort of dovetail nicely as we're discussing and talking about bringing aboard student commissioners and then also providing greater access to the public as well. I will caveat this and say 508 compliance is really complex, right, and highly technical. So in terms of sort of specific nitty-gritty questions, I am not your person, but I do know it is again, a skill set that we do have here at the department. But again, in sort of working with our sort of future presenters and our future student commissioners as well in terms of providing them materials that are 508 compliant. So I'll start. So in terms of just in general, when we're talking about our website, right, when you're accessing the California Department of Education website, I'll talk a little bit about sort of general requirements for the content of the web and provide, I think, a few examples of the guidelines. I would encourage you to visit our web standards homepage, and then also just the accessibility web standards, which gets, as I stated before, into the nitty-gritty in terms of the requirements as well. I can give you just a brief overview of really some of the web standards here. If you see and can scroll, we provide web standards for general accessibility, for Word documents, for Excel documents, and for PowerPoint presentations, PDF, and so on and so forth. So members of the public are able to obtain that information in a timely fashion, so that they fully understand the requirements prior to submitting any sort of information to CDE as well. So again, that's a much more in-depth overview of some of our web standards and requirements. So, as I stated before, we have standards for all content posted on every single corner and area of our website. And again, we wanted to make sure that this content meets all the state and federal laws when we're making the content accessible, and particularly for users, all users, and including individuals with disabilities as well. When we say web, it says just everything here, right? So web pages, websites, any electronic documents, and any sort of multimedia, right? So live video recordings, audio, all must be made accessible for all. including applications, any sort of social media, or any other services as well. We are governed, in terms of this web content by sort of federal and state guidelines here. The ADA, sort of the larger Accessibility Americans with Disabilities Act requirements, along with Section 504, and then along with Section 508 as well. If you ever so choose to just sort of dig into those requirements, they are linked on that accessibility webpage that was provided to you prior as well. And then sort of looking at state law regarding accessibility, I have provided sort of relevant government code and as well as sort of web content accessibility guidelines that we follow within the department as well. And again, those are there for your reference, should you so choose to look those up on your own as well. Just some brief examples here, and I think the presentation that will follow me, I think, will provide a sort of a richer context, if you will, in relation to sort of a student commissioner. But just some general sort of examples would be font, right? And so, there's a sort of a recommended font, that you can see here, that again, is large enough for most users to read, no colors, things like that as well. Underlining texts, right? Not to be confused with hyperlinks. And again, sort of text color and formatting, as well. So, I think, for us, it's really sort of standardizing our documents across the board to ensure that any materials that we're pushing out or publishing, meet some of these examples as well. One of the, ones that for us, we really look for in terms of the images. So, the sort of pictures, art, and graphics and charts and things like that also are described, you see them visually, but also described, right, as well. And I think you'll hear a couple of examples of that in the following presentation, so that, folks are able to access, the material in a way that they can access the material. And again, acronyms and abbreviations, it should go without saying, even within our world of special education, that we are, again, spelling out any acronym to be that's being used, for the first time. And quite frankly, it's always just, I think, good practice to continue to spell out acronyms as we're, in the regular discourse of conversation. Again, hyperlinks. So the hyperlinks for website addresses should begin with the HTTP and the double / A lot of times there's sort of a hyperlink description of it. And, that for us does not meet some of those guidelines. And then any sort of web document that we have, should have sort of the title and a subject and an author. And then, of course, table. Here you can see one row for the header for information as well. Additional information, as I said before, can be found, again, either on our website or the Center for Persons with Disability at Utah State also has a pretty robust, bank of information regarding accessibility as well, which we also use as a sort of guidance and guidelines here at the department. So again, I think, in the role of ACSE, and we always are continuing to strive to provide full accessibility for all participants, and certainly including our forthcoming student commissioners as well, but also members of the public that we are offering again, information that is accessible and can provide for meaningful participation. So I have included those links in the web standards again, which includes, like I said before, examples of how we ideally like PowerPoint presentation and Word documents and things like that to come to us. And certainly happy to, in sort of future conversations when we're talking about accessibility and materials that are submitted to us, that we work collaboratively with presenters to ensure 508 compliance, that there's an understanding of our requirements, so that we are able to provide those documents to the public that meet, again, the guidelines and requirements. So again, brief overview, but again, some information that will sort of allow you to understand the process. I think for us, here, certainly we want to have and ensure compliance and understand that the process of 508 compliance for presenters that may not be familiar with it might be difficult. And so, as much as we can help our future presenters sort of understand the process will allow us, again, to explore potential opportunities to, barring any sort of other barriers, post materials ahead of time, which is something that we are currently exploring, but sort of merits further conversation around some of the technicality of it. Obviously, we have mechanisms for individuals to obtain information or obtain the presentation sort of after the fact or in the moment. But, further conversations around how do we post materials prior requires, I think, a little more dialogue on some of the 508 compliance and the other sort of technicalities that would come with that. Again, that concludes my very brief presentation, but I'm happy to take any non-technical questions.
Thank you, Director. So Director Calamise has just made a point that will segue our discussion that I want us to have, and that is answering the public's call for advanced access to the agenda and the writings public records, which is the meeting materials and attachments. And one of the barriers was meeting 508 compliance, right? So now that we understand, and now that the public has the presentation for making their materials that they submit to us 508 compliant, now what do we need to do to make sure that the public does not have to request access, right? Because access is access. And that is our goal, is to make sure that our meeting materials, writings, and public records are indeed accessible when the agenda is accessible to the public. So I open the floor for us to have that conversation with Director Calamise. That's our overall goal, is to make sure our materials are accessible. What say you, commissioners? Commissioner Notch.
Thank you. That was really helpful. And I have what I hope is a non-technical question, but prefacing with I don't have enough technical skills to recognize how complex the question may be. The page that you linked to that you showed us briefly with the different, yes. Excellent, thank you. So when you go, if you click on one of those, are those template links or do they give guidance to how to make something accessible?
Let's do an adventure. So I just clicked on the requirements for PowerPoint presentations. And so I'm, for instance, going to click on layout, organization, and required elements. So it gives, the sort of overview, but not necessarily the actual template in and of itself as well. But it does have such things as sort of in those different sections, what needs to be posted, and then also a sort of a like checklist coming soon. But in terms of some of those requirements, are sort of bulleted out, as I stated before, in that section as well. So to answer your question, no, no template, but again, sort of a guideline for sort of styles and sort of breaking it down section by section.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
So my question would be, and thank you for that. That was very helpful. When we have presenters come to us, will they need to have support or guidance presenting items or documentation in plain language or 504 compliant? And if they don't, because they may be a smaller organization or may not have the means to support these documents, how do we address that?
Sure, that's a great question. So, when presentations come to the CDE, ideally they come in with enough time for review and feedback and input as well. And I think that's, one of the things that, we want to ensure is that we have the materials far enough in advance so that we can go through the materials. If, and again, what we're doing is doing a sort of a high level checks for sort of the accessibility requirements. If they do not meet those, we will send those back with suggestions and some guidance for presenters to make them 508 compliant, and we'll work with them to do so. However, I think that sort of calls into question the timeline, right? So the back and forth, and I think is if we can have presentations as early as possible, it can allow for that conversation to happen if they're not 508 compliant. I will tell you, for the most part, we some of the things are they span the gamut from some, major issues that need to be addressed, such as animations and things like that, to some minor true-ups as well. So again, as far as in advance, we can have the presentations, we can work with the presenters to bring their presentations to be 508 compliant, but it does require that dialogue back and forth as well.
And that may be for us to, when we're asking presenters to come, to let them know that right up front, so there's enough time, because this is kind of new for us, which is, I think, is fabulous. But
you raise a great point, because when we are agenda building and you bring a proposed presentation, right, then you need to have that conversation with your presenters and say, hey, in order to present to ACSE, you need to meet 508 compliance, right? And you need to submit your materials to CDE, to ACSE and CDE, so it can go through those steps so you can become compliant, and then so we can make the 10-day posting deadline, right? So everybody needs to be clear about that process so we can have the materials accessible in advance. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Director Calamise, to that 10-day deadline, because that's when we want to post it right online. How soon does your staff need before that? I assume they need more than 11 days ahead of time. I don't know who the person would be who would actually be, assuming you're compliant, how much time do they need before the 10 days to get it ready and get it on?
So I think I want to restate, CDE staff wouldn't be making the corrections for 508 compliance. So we would initially just be screening and sort of suggesting and sending back. But that's a good question. I can actually ask. I don't want to speak necessarily for staff who, sort of have this responsibility across our division wide, right? But certainly well before the 10-day timeline. But I can get an exact number of days for you. But I would say at least let's say 10 days would be ideally, the ideal from that. 7 to 10 to give our staff time to look at it and push it back out with some suggestions.
So at this point, we're tentatively saying 17 to 20 days ahead of the meeting.
I think that's a fair timeline, and certainly doable given some of the the sort of our meeting cadence, I think, as well.
Notch and then Snipes.
Going back to the template question, I'm wondering if it would be possible for you to investigate if there's a good starting point that we can provide to presenters, so they're not starting from scratch if they've never done it. If there's, and it might not be a template, it might be a guide, or I know there's a lot of information linked, but something that we can give to them to help expedite the.
We can look into that.
Great, thank you.
Something that they can build from. Sure, we can explore those opportunities. Yeah.
Commissioner Snipes.
That was my question, and it's been answered.
Commissioner Lopez.
Just to top on that, we also don't want to discourage some good presenters. And I think when we talk about this timeline, it can be different there could be a lot of material or just a little material. So I think it's really hard to give that timeline because there could just be so much information going back and forth. And depending on where your staff is here and what they're working on, I think it's really hard to, and then we find ourselves in a place where the presenter can't come at the last minute, and then we're looking for someone else, which can happen with the same problem there. So it's all new, but we just have to be prepared for that.
Absolutely, Commissioner Lopez, and I think, going back to Commissioner Oikawa's sort of original conversation on timeline, certainly don't want to overpromise, and so we'll circle back. Certainly, not only internally, but also with our sort of other partner divisions as well, regarding our capacity and around technology as well.
Am I hearing that? Am I hearing that Commissioner Hamilton is on Zoom?
I am here.
Would you like to weigh in?
I do not have any comments on this topic, but thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sorter.
I just wanted to say thank you. We've talked about this, I think, our last 3 ACSE meetings, and to see the progress that we're making. I'm really proud of the work that we're doing, and to be a model for the state, because we have so many big conferences out there, and going back to having some type of template cheat sheet for presenters at state conferences to help them, because everybody wants a really pretty PowerPoint and, be all creative. However, that doesn't, lend necessarily to accessibility. So really focusing on the material. So I'm really proud of the work that we're doing. So thank you for doing that.
Okay. Any other commissioners? I would like to say that I have done some research on this issue, and I have seen that our very own agendas in the past have had embedded links with items and materials, embedded links within the items with materials. So it can be done. So I just want us to go back to that place. And I also know that the State Board of Education also has their agendas with embedded items, and they actually shoot out those agenda items to the public. So that is a great mark for us, and I would like for us to get to that place too. All right. Any comments on that? All right. Thank you, Director Calamise.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, one more time, no comments on this? All right, I'm going to ask that the public comment slide be put up. And I would like to offer the audience an opportunity to provide a public comment. Come on, guys, come on. Come on, tell us you want advanced access. Come on, someone come up. Thank you.
We are so excited that you're going this route. Even as presenters, we need to do better. And it will dovetail into the UDL presentation that you are all going to see soon. A, for accessibility. I wore my shirt today just for it. And I think it's important we all walk the walk. And it would be really helpful to have the agenda items beforehand. Even a presenter, I'm presenting today and I got my presentation right at the last minute. So I do know the struggle to that. But if you put another deadline on it, as Director Calamese said, whatever it is, we're going to make the deadline and we're going to make it happen so that our students and families and public can access the materials that are so rich with content. So yay, good work.
Thank you. All right. Let us pause for a couple of moments to allow the public to weigh in if they would like. Any public comment?
There are no online comments at this time.
All right. Hearing no further comments on this item, we are going to move right on into item number 10. Universal Design for Learning, UDL, beyond the classroom and into the boardroom. In preparation for our voting student commissioners, the California Department of Education, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and supporting inclusive practices, will provide an overview regarding what UDL is, the why, the what, and the how. Welcome again, Director Calamese. Welcome, Assistant Director James McKenna, and Director of SIP, Kevin Schaefer. I pass the mic to your team.
Hi again. So I will begin this presentation and I'll be joined by Kevin Schaefer and James McKenna for the bulk of the conversation. But again, I think this presentation here will provide a sort of a unique sort of overview and in terms of really supporting our student commissioners to success, right, and meaningful participation and engagement within and on the ACSE as well. So again, UDL and Universal Design for Learning across the state has been the focus for many, many, many years, and certainly going even into this budget cycle with our statewide system of support and having a new lead that will be announced shortly to support UDL across the state is again a focus area of not only our across our state, but certainly within the California Department of Education as well. So brief introductions. My name is Heather Calamese, and to sort of model accessibility, there's a photo of Heather Calamese, California Department of the State Director of Special Education, a Black woman with short hair wearing a black turtleneck in front of a white background above the California Department of Education seal. And yes, I do probably sleep in these clothes, so you see it's familiar. Second, you see a photo of Kevin Schaefer, the Director of Inclusive Practices for supporting inclusive practices project from El Dorado County Office of Education, a white man with short brown hair wearing a gray suit jacket and purple tie in front of a blue background above the SIP logo. And third, you see a photo of James McKenna, Assistant Director, Professional Learning and Leadership Development for the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, a white man with short brown hair and beard wearing a black button-down shirt open at the collar in front of a white background above the CCEE logo. So we're here to really talk about centering student voice when designing student systems that impact individuals with disabilities, biases and deficit-based thinking, universal design for learning as it relates to proactively eliminating educational environment barriers as well.
We also talked about universal design for learning.
I'm also going to
And
show
student
a brief
commissioners
video
and
with
508
our chair,
compliance
Havanya Hayes-White,
and
that
IEP
will sort of set a little
accommodations and
context
what
here
all
around the
that
importance
means
of
moving
UDL
forward for all of
as
us.
well.
Commissioners, I open the floor. What did we talk about? We also talked about universal design
For me,
for
it really highlighted
learning
the
and
level of
student
intention that we're going to
commissioners
need to have.
and
Not,
508
not just for student commissioners, I think,
and
students with
IEP
disabilities, or adults with
accommodations
disabilities.
and what
we
all
talked about on
that
the dais this
means
morning as an
moving
adult
forward
with
for
attention
all of
deficit
us.
disorder. There are some things that
Commissioners,
would
I
be
open the
helpful
floor.
for
What did we
me
talk about?
in the meeting, not necessarily accommodations, but just thoughtfulness around pace. And so as we are really welcoming our new student commissioners, it provides us an opportunity to consider level of intention that how accessible our meetings are, not just for student commissioners, I think, but we do recognize that students with disabilities, additional level of support because we're talking about on the dais this morning as an adult with deficit disorder. There's some things that would be helpful for me support in the meeting, not necessarily accommodations, but just thoughtfulness around pace. And so as we are welcoming our new student commissioners, it provides us an opportunity to consider how accessible our meetings are for everyone, not just our students. But we do recognize that our students may need an additional level of support because
all right, I'm going to start
many
this.
of us, they're not in the business day-to-day.
Excuse me, this is the sign language interpreter. Someone was speaking over the video and it made it impossible for me to interpret. I couldn't hear what was going on. And also the two men, I think one of you spoke during the video and it was very quiet. It was hard to hear your voice. So thanks for your support.
You're welcome. That was a technical error. We will restart the video.
Welcome to day 2, February 16th, 2023, California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Ms. Chapman, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
My pleasure. Good morning, commissioners. As I call your name, please.
It may be more challenging for people to even know that it's there. So I'm just curious if it's a way for us to know how many hits. It's
the suggested bylaw amendments and proposed language for our liaison partnership program and student commissioners. And we're going to be diving heavily into that work today. So please get ready to put your thinking caps on, like my grandmother used to tell me, put your thinking cap on. And we also talked about the proposed timeline.
That as well in our group, just, you know, more about the mentorship of how to train all of us as well, and the mentorship of
local amazing relationship with Chile in this model. And it
say something about that. All right. Hearing none, can I please have the slide up for public comment?
happened is I actually
for meeting 508 compliance. And so commissioners, I open the floor for you to recall what else we said.
We had a conversation, or the conversation extended to recognizing the importance of 508 compliance. We learned that our great state of California, our 508 compliance standards exceed the federal regulations. And so we want to make sure that we honor the commitment of our state to provide access to electronic materials. So we need to learn a little bit more, as well learning more about 508 compliance, but also working with our partners at the state board to understand the strategies and processes they use to ensure that the meeting documents are available to the public in advance. And we recognize that that may require us to work with our presenters in a different way, changing our timelines in terms of asking for materials far in advance and providing criteria or guidelines that we would expect each presenter to meet with their presentation materials when they're presenting at ACSE. So this will be a longer conversation and set of actions that we will need to take. One of the conversations that, or part of the conversation that we had was bringing in someone to familiarize us and give us a greater understanding of 508 compliance. And so potentially during our agenda building conversation, we could discuss the priority that takes in terms of which meeting we would like to agendize that.
Thank you. Executive Secretary Calamus, can you give us some more direction on what 508 compliance is? Because I think we are going to need to have a
All right. So again, we went back to talk a little bit about the previous conversation that the commission had regarding accessibility in 508. So again, this presentation provided to you will hopefully deepen your knowledge around UDL and accessibility features, so that again our student commissioners are engaged in opportunities to provide meaningful feedback and maximum participation on the commission as well. So.
I'm just going to take us back to today's goal. So just to get started, we have to also be careful that technology can be a barrier and understand that if we're looking at 508 compliance, if we're looking at universal design for learning, it's not about having more things to provide access. It's about having the right things to provide access. And one of the foundational components of universal design for learning is having a very clear goal. Why are we here? What are we going to talk about? What's the purpose of the conversation? And then what's the outcome going to be? So for today's goal, we're going to look at deepening the commissioner's knowledge of universal design for learning to ensure accessibility features are in place such that student commissioners are fully engaged, understand the information being presented, and are provided opportunities to express their thoughts in order to provide meaningful feedback. And that, in a nutshell, is universal design for learning. How are we proactively designing our environment so that everyone can be engaged in multiple ways in the information? Are we representing the information in such a way that it's understandable and comprehensible? And are we providing everyone options for expressing themselves, providing feedback in order to guide the decision-making that happens in the commission? So I want you to think about three things: engagement, representation, and action and expression as we go through the presentation, okay? So on behalf of the SIP co-director, Kristen Brooks, and the entire SIP team, I'd like to commend Chair Hayes White and the entire commission for ensuring that the ACSE student commissioner isn't just simply a figurehead or a performative position. Going even beyond 508 compliance, the commission has asked to learn more about universal design for learning, UDL, to proactively identify and mitigate potential barriers of the student commissioner may face. So I want you to think about something else. Along with the three topics I just talked about, universal design for learning is proactive. So in our classrooms, before any instruction has been delivered, before any student has experienced the educational environment, we have already planned what those potential barriers might be. We mitigate those barriers, and then we have to reteach less because everyone has access. So think about it as a proactive framework. And that's where the 508 compliance comes in also, where we're looking at what are those potential barriers in the PowerPoint templates, in the Word documents, in the agendas that we push out, okay? So the graphic on the screen, you've probably seen it. This is a UDL 101 presentation, but I just think it epitomizes what we're talking about today. So you'll see on the slide that there are students in front of a school building and a custodian shoveling off the stairs. The student in the wheelchair asks the custodian, "Could you please shovel the ramp?" And the custodian responds, "All these other kids are waiting to use the stairs. When I get through shoveling them off, then I'll clear the ramp for you." And the student in the wheelchair responds, "But if you shovel the ramp, we can all get in." So throughout this presentation, I think this is another integral point of universal design for learning, that we have to keep in mind that when we design for individuals in the margins, we're designing for everyone. And in James' portion of the presentation, he's going to talk about the connection of universal design for learning and universal design for architecture, and how we plan and how we build structures, how we build our environment outside of the educational system to make sure that proactively we don't have to retrofit in the classroom, so we don't have to reteach. It's costly in time and it's costly in money. So when we plan for access specific to the student commissioner, we are also planning for increased access of our virtual and in-person participants, as well as the entire ACSE commission. So if universal design for learning is an inclusive expectation in our classroom, it only stands to reason that it would be an inclusive expectation for the ACSE commission. So let's start shoveling the ramp of accessibility for all. Disability only becomes a tragedy for me when society fails to provide the things we need to lead our lives, job opportunities or barrier-free buildings. It is not a tragedy to me that I'm living in a wheelchair. These words above a photo of the late Judy Heumann, disability rights advocate. She's smiling with short auburn hair, wearing glasses, a colorful scarf, and a navy blue sweater, sitting in her wheelchair. We cannot design inclusive environments without eliciting the voice and experience of those we serve, because ultimately disabling environments and ableist mindsets are what disable students. And I want to be really clear also, universal design for learning is not specific only to individuals with disabilities. We all use accommodations, and we all need accessibility tools in order to access the information and have equitable connection to what we're experiencing. So I want to keep that at the forefront, that in our schools, in our districts, in the commission, we're not only talking about individuals with disabilities, we're talking about everyone who's experiencing this entire continuum of accessing the agenda, to looking at the tools, to providing feedback and what those options would look like. So we're going to go super basic. Oops, sorry. We're going to go super basic. You might also be familiar with the UDL guidelines. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood the UDL specific vocabulary that James and I are going to be using. So what you see in front of you are the UDL guidelines. You'll see 3 columns. You'll see the green column, which is providing multiple means of engagement. You'll see the purple column, which is providing multiple means of representation. And then on the right, you'll see providing multiple means of action expression column. So you think about this. If we look at how we all access information, first we have to be engaged and we have to stay engaged. We also have to understand the information that we are, thank you. That's all right. We also have to we have to understand and comprehend the information that we're experiencing. So how the information is coming in, there has to be multiple modalities of how we're able to understand and comprehend. Think about your student commissioner. Think about whether or not they understand the vocabulary. Think about whether or not they have auditory processing, visual processing, where they're not able to access the information in that only one way. And then finally, with our action and expression, how we express ourselves, how we provide feedback, and how we ensure that student commissioner is able to provide the feedback that allows us to make decisions that are going to impact those closest to the marginalization. So we have the 3 principles. And then within each of the 3 principles, we have 3 guidelines. So for example, in the principle of engagement, We have the guideline of recruiting interest, sustaining effort and persistence, and self-regulation. And the same is true for representation and action expression. So we have principles, and then we also have guidelines. Within the guidelines, you'll see that there are checkpoints, which have bullets, which are specific activities related to the guideline within the principle. What? So we understand the vocabulary, and it's actually not a static graphic. It's one that moves through, assisting students with accessing those skills, helping them to build those skills, and then how they internalize those skills, how they actually become self-advocates and internalize what their needs are in order to ask for what they need, in order to be successful in accessing the information. And you'll see across the bottom, the actual goal of UDL is to create expert learners. Expert learners is another UDL vocabulary, and it's looking at individuals who are purposeful and motivated, who are resourceful and knowledgeable, and who are strategic and goal-directed, which is exactly the outcome that we want for our student commissioner. James.
Thank you. Just trying to get rid of this little thing there. Oh, see that? We're trying to reduce that extra little piece there. And it looks like now the whole presentation is gone. Who doesn't like a little technical snafu now and then, especially after all that buildup, that this was going to be so exciting? While she does that, I heard a funny joke on the Southwest flight up this morning. What's the difference between outlaws and in-laws? Outlaws are wanted. If you like that or didn't like that, it's all attributed to the captain on my flight from the 6:55 flight out of Long Beach, which is why I'm over-caffeinated now.
It's in PowerPoint, not in
Oh,
Google.
I see.
So I don't know where your Google one is. It's here. Here. No, that's
While we bring this up, I wanted to build off of something that Kevin was just explaining about those guidelines. If you remember, the engagement was on the left, representation was in the middle, and action expression was on the right. And what I'm going to get into is the fact that those of us with an education background or training background might think of that, well, that's how I structure some formal learning. I get people interested, and then I give them some content, and then I ask them to do something. I do some sort of assessment. And while that may be true in the ways that we structure things, what's important to understand is we don't just need to engage with why at the beginning. We need it the whole time. We're processing information all the time. We're constantly making decisions whether to pay attention. How might I use this? What am I going to do afterwards? So that's where I want to get into, because universal design for learning, I mean, you saw the chart. There's like bullets everywhere. This is a very, it's a well-researched topic with a lot of applications and more than we can cover in this session, especially with me ad-libbing. So I do want to focus on some foundational pieces, especially considering our audience that might not have a full background in educational theory and things like that. So I want to start with an analogy. Once upon a time, I was in the US Navy, and one of the first things we were taught in Navy boot camp was the fire triangle. So you see here this image of a campfire with a triangle superimposed on it. And each of the three sides are labeled. One labeled oxygen, one labeled heat, and one labeled fuel. And those are all the things that a fire needs to exist. You can't start one without all three. If you take one away, the fire dies. If you hinder one, the fire diminishes, right? And it's not that we start with oxygen and then we don't need oxygen anymore. We need it the whole time. We have to keep feeding it with fuel, right? We need the heat to keep going. Learning is the same way. It has its own triangle. And one might think, well, why are we talking about learning theory for a presentation? But this is a learning environment, right? This is a learning environment. Just because it's not a classroom or an online course, this is a learning environment. I mean, a lot of what we do in our world of work is learning in the ways that we interact from each other, we share information. And so these concepts apply across wherever people learn. And so here we have our own triangle. You see the silhouette of a man, his head, and another triangle superimposed, and they're labeled why, what, and how. And what cognitive neuroscience has taught us is that there are collections of networks in the brain that are related to learning, 3 of them. And the affective networks activate around the why, right? They engage with that emotional connection to learning. What is what we call the recognition networks, and they're the basis for the principle of representation. The what of learning, how we take in, make sense of, and relate information to things that we already know and are what we want to do. And then how. That's the strategic networks of the brain that look at, okay, how can I use this? How do I make decisions? What do I use this learning for? And so we need those things activated all the time. So we will keep going through this presentation, coming back to why this is important, as well as do our best to give you information that is, chunked and perceptible and comprehensible, as well as give you some concrete applications of what you can do with it. And as Kevin alluded, universal design for learning takes its origins from universal design in architecture. Back in the mid 20th century, when we started thinking about, well, how do we make our spaces, rather than retrofitting them, how do we make them more born accessible? And so universal design for learning takes its inspiration for that. I mean, think about it. This is almost like the start of a bad joke, but a skateboarder, an elderly person with a cane, and a stroller pushing dad cross the street. What do they all need? They need a little ramp, right? Because they might have a challenge going from one height to another. So it's a ubiquitous, frequently painted and sometimes bumpy ramp that cuts into a sidewalk. And so it gives this name, we call it the curb cut effect. When you put something in an environment, ostensibly may have been put in there for, say, a person with a mobility, with a disability, but it works for many people. I use these all the time when I'm on a bicycle, when I'm pushing my children in their stroller, if I have a cart full of stuff. Someday, if I have a mobility issue, I've used crutches before and I probably will again because I'm accident prone. And so I'll need it there. Now, the people that put those there they don't know me. They don't know if and when I'm going to need them. They just know that some people will encounter this space and need some support traversing one height to another. So it's there for them and it gets in nobody's way. Back like the cartoon said, if we shovel the ramp, then everybody can get in. So to design effective learning environments, we must consider the potential diversity in our audience. Everybody is a unique learner. And the barriers that they will face or they may face in pursuit of learning. And so the educational framework of universal design for learning acknowledges what is an infinite variability among people. Every single person is experiencing this learning environment right now in their own unique way, based on their talents, their strengths, their experiences, their challenges, right? And all the things that are moving in them. And so we have to anticipate that variability and say, what barriers might people encounter and what can we do about it? What curb cuts can we provide? We've got closed captioning being provided. They're a clear example. Adding closed captions to video content benefits not only deaf or hard of hearing individuals, but also those who prefer to read along, people who are learning a new language, people who are watching in their office and forgot their headphones and don't want to disturb the person next to them, right? They help everybody and they get in no one's way. The next I want to talk to you is this foundational strategy of universal design for learning: firm goals and flexible means. And so in our classrooms or in our environments, or as Kevin said, setting a clear purpose to this, we have to think about what is a clear, challenging goal. If we think in a classroom environment, what's a challenging standards-based goal for students? Then based on what we know about our audience, our commissioners, our student commissioners, our public audience, where might they encounter a barrier to meeting that goal? As that barrier, so our goal is represented by the bullseye to the right, and that barrier is by that road hazard sawhorse in the middle. And as you see just to the left of that, there's a set of stairs. That's an option or a support that we introduce into the environment that helps people circumnavigate that barrier. Now, not everybody will encounter the barrier. Some will. So you see that path that goes up the stairs, across the sawhorse, and down to the goal. Other folks won't encounter it. They go straight to the goal. The stairs get in no one's way. The supports get in no one's way. And then we make sure that the broad spectrum of our audience can all meet the goal by being, as Kevin mentioned, proactive. So what does this have to do with advisory council meetings? First, as we said, start with a clear purpose. That's the why that centers the audience and communicates the value add of the presentation. And you don't just do it at the beginning. We keep coming back to that clear purpose. Why is the presentation important and why the audience engagement is worthwhile? In marketing, and I use it in learning, the person's favorite radio station is WIIFM. What's in it for me? What is the value proposition? Why is it worth my time? And you have to make that message very clear and understand that you may need multiple because not everybody has the same perception of value for something. Next thing, I think we're a little out of order here, or did I lose something? Yeah. Oh, sorry, my notes are out of order. Operator error. So the next is thinking about the difference between need to know and nice to know. So on the left, we have need with that star. And this is the clear purpose allows presenters to distinguish between what the audience needs to know to meet that purpose and what is nice to know. And only what the audience needs to know should go in the presentation. No more, no less. In thinking of our student commissioners as well as our public audience, we have to be careful to avoid being esoteric or overstuffing a presentation. I call kitchen sinking it, of which I am many times guilty, and I have to go tail it back because I get excited and what about this? What about this? Wait, what does the audience need to know? Now, it doesn't mean they should be not denied access to the nice to know. So as you'll see later in this presentation, we have a Padlet of resources that anyone can access at no cost, with no password or anything else, that will allow folks to go deeper if they so choose in learning about universal design for learning. And then we want to eliminate clutter. So you see, I'm going camping at Catalina tomorrow and with my son, and this is what my early packing started to look like, a heap of items all trying to stuff into a very small suitcase. We need to eliminate that clutter because that impedes people's perception. If we have too many bullets and too many words and too many graphics on a slide, people don't know what to pay attention to. So the visuals are there to complement the auditory, not to compete with it or be redundant. Much of what I'm saying is already included in the notes to the slides. So if people want to get to the specifics, they can just go to the notes of these slides that are in the Padlet, and they can get all the content that way without me reading to them live. Okay. Oop, not sure what happened there. Because something's missing. Oh, we needed one more snafu, didn't we? Okay, so as was mentioned earlier, explaining acronyms. I said I was in the Navy. We had a lot of acronyms. Educators, we take that to the next level. So when we introduce something, as has been demonstrated, universal design for learning, we say that first before we ever get to UDL. We explain those folks. We explain those things, and we don't take it for granted that our audience knows all those things. I find in my role in CCE, and I've been in education for 20 years, I frequently still have to ask, what does that thing mean again? Or what does it mean for the first time? Because I've never heard it before. Eliminating jargon or esoteric language. How do we be as clear as possible? And when we have to use that esoteric language, we explain what that word means. My first day at a doctorate program, they were saying the word metacognition over and over. And I got so metacognition, I now know means thinking about one's own thinking. At that time, I'd never heard it before. And I looked to my friend Rick and I said, I think we're in the wrong room. I didn't feel included because I didn't know all the lingo. So eliminating jargon when possible and explaining it when you can't eliminate. And finally, using visuals over bullets whenever possible, so that it's not an exercise in reading to folks, because often if they're reading with their eyes and you're reading aloud, those auditory and visual channels become out of sync. And it's like watching the television when the sound is just a little bit off, and that's a little disconcerting. It causes people to have to work harder to understand what's going on. So as I said, the nice to know things and places for you to take action if you so choose to learn more are in this Padlet. So and there's a screenshot there of what the Padlet looks like. It's entitled the ACSE Advisory Council for Special Education UDL Universal Design for Learning Resources, and it's on this Padlet web address, https://padlet.com/edexcellence/ACSE_UDL. And if you choose to go there, I want to highlight one tool that you'll find at the top, and it's called the UDL Questions Worksheet. You saw those guidelines with all those bullets and all that vernacular. What we've done at CCE is take those guidelines, those 9 guidelines, and flip them around based on some work that CAST, the Center for Applied Special Technology, did in developing the guidelines. We flipped them around into questions that you can apply to your learning environment. So 9 guidelines became 10 questions for you to ask, thinking about your audience. Will everybody be able to understand, right? Will they have opportunities to express themselves? And so we provide that as a Google Doc, seeded with a couple ideas, but not fully completed, so people can take this and contextualize it to their own purposes and be a guide for their thinking. Now, I will say that if your answer to the question, like, will everybody feel comfortable, say, if your answer is yes, you don't have to change anything. UDL is not a checklist where I have to make sure I do all these things. If there's not a barrier, you don't have to do extra to deal with it. You don't have to solve problems you don't have, but you should always consider them, so you're always continuously improving and thinking, well, what might have changed and what contextual shifts might cause me to now have a barrier that I didn't before.
So the question becomes, what's our call to action? You might have seen these graphics. What you see first on the screen is 3 individuals behind a fence watching a baseball game on different sizes boxes. And this is our reality. We have the haves and we have the have-nots, those that have access and those that do not have access. We also have equality, same 3 individuals, but standing behind the fence on the same size boxes. And this is equality, that everyone gets the same, but we still have barriers to access. And then finally, we talk a lot about equity, where everyone has the accommodations, the access that they need, but there's still a barrier to actually participating in the baseball game that the 3 individuals are watching. So take away the barrier. And that's universal design for learning, is the proactive identification and mitigation of potential barriers. But is liberation enough to get rid of the actual barrier? Can we take it a step farther? And I think this is, with Chair Hayes White and the rest of the commission, I think this is where you want to go. providing meaningful, inclusive opportunities for your student commissioner so that they're not sitting behind the desk in their chair, disconnected from everything that happens. So when we look at 508 compliance, 508 compliance is your low bar. It's access, and it's looking at those documents and the way that we allow for that accessibility. When we move into universal design for learning access, now we're addressing the needs of our learners. We're addressing the need, we're understanding the need, we are addressing the need of the variability of the individuals who will experience the innovation that we're rolling out. So we want to get to meaningful inclusion, not just a student commissioner sitting in a place. And one of my favorite quotes, one doesn't have to operate with great malice to do great harm. The absence of empathy and understanding are sufficient. And the commission is getting deeply into the empathy and the understanding of what needs to be done to make the student commissioner position worthwhile, beneficial, and to provide that voice that we need to design our structures, our policies, our practices, and make positive impact and advice to the State Board of Education for students with disabilities. So before we close, I have a quiz for the commission. Can any of the commissioners name the 3 principles of universal design for learning? Sarah, Commissioner Notch, sorry.
This is a pop quiz, so I'm hoping engagement, representation, and action and expression.
Got it. Awesome. Give that commissioner a prize. My second question, who remembers the goal of UDL? After this presentation, you won't forget. What is the goal?
To create expert learners.
To develop expert learners. So just keep those 2 questions in mind. The 3 principles, remember there's guidelines and checkpoints, and the goal of UDL is always to create expert learners. And we do that through the lens of universal design for learning. So just in summary, what we've done today in the presentation, we've utilized 508 compliance techniques, such as text size and clear fonts, alt text. You can't see the alt text, but the alt text, we actually put descriptors behind each of the photos so that anyone using a screen reader can actually read the photos. We've used color contrast, we've used closed captioning, and visual descriptions and notes on each slide. As far as UDL goes, looking at our checkpoints, we have heightened the salience of goals and objectives. We have offered alternatives for auditory and visual information. We have clarified words and symbols, promoted understanding across languages, including ASL, illustrated information through multiple media, and activated and supplied background knowledge. So as you move forward and looking at 508 compliance, looking at universal design for learning, it doesn't have to be difficult, and more is not better. Okay. So we appreciate your attention, and we look forward to collaborating on universal design for learning as you continue to move forward through the process of application, sending out flyers, and designing your processes around access and equity for the student commissioner. So thank you for your time and attention. And any questions?
Wow, commissioners, I want you to repeat Director Schaefer, I think one of your last phrases. It doesn't have to be hard.
It doesn't have to be difficult, and more is not better.
That's what it is. Can you say that again, please?
More is not better.
And the other part.
See it all together.
It doesn't have to be difficult, and more is not better.
That's right. And I want us to keep that in mind. So I appreciate you, Director Calamise, Assistant Director McKenna, and Director Schaefer for helping us open up this conversation about fully inclusive boardrooms and developing expert learners. Commissioners, I'm going to open up the floor for you to have your feedback too, and then I'll come back around. Commissioner Estes.
Thank you. This is a great presentation, and it's just exciting to be here having this conversation, honestly, particularly with youth members coming in. I'm so excited about that. So yesterday we had a presentation about the materials that might be pushed out in order to seek commissioners moving forward. And we then had a follow-up conversation, some of us, about the multimodal aspects of, having the application process not require necessarily like writing or text or like some other capacity to submit. And I just was wondering, are you all collaborating on the development of those materials? And are we thinking about that?
Yeah, so I'm on the California Transition Alliance leadership team, and Supporting Inclusive Practices actually developed the flyer, which is also 508 compliant. And we're working with the California Transition Alliance on ways that we can ensure that the application, which I think is critical in how we push it out, and going back to the 3 principles, how we're engaging our stakeholders so that they know what it is and they know the importance of it. But then also, are we representing that application in such a way that it's understandable and accessible and on multiple formats? But then the difficult aspect of that is the action and expression. So how we offer multiple ways for students to put together a video, for students to type in a survey. I think that piece of this whole process is the most critical. So I guess the short answer is yes, we're working.
Yeah, that actually was what we were thinking through and hoping, that we're all thinking through as we're seeking applications and participation. And then the other is, Sarah answered your question expertly, of course, because you're such a quick learner. But some of those words are kind of big words. So the how, what, and why speaks to me. Just thinking about, I was going to answer how, what, and why, just thinking about how we say things in a way that is accessible to people. Their metacognition example is a good example, but I think we do tend to use, big words. I was talking about the word artifact yesterday and saying, I don't even think I know what that means. And so just having us all be mindful of that as we're pushing information out and as we're speaking.
I would have accepted how, what, and why, just so you know.
Oh, you would have? Yay, I want a prize. Thank you.
Commissioner Notch.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You lived up to the hype. I knew you would. And I appreciate that you oriented us to the fact that this is a learning space for all of us, and the emphasis on accessibility and full inclusive participation. I just learned about something the other day. It's almost embarrassing to me that I just learned about it and never thought of it before after 20 plus years in the field. But starting your meetings with an accessibility check-in. And I don't know why I'd never heard of that. No one's ever done it. And for those of you who might be in the same boat, maybe I'm the only one. It's when you're doing your introductions, you also open up an invitation to express your accessibility needs. And one of the things that I loved was that there was the way that you represented if you didn't have any accessibility needs was not, I don't have accessibility needs, because as you pointed out, everybody does. I'm wearing glasses. I have a knee scooter for a broken ankle right now. Tons of accessibility needs. But the way you phrase it is, my accessibility needs are being met. And that was running through my head as you were giving your presentation. And I'm wondering if, Elizabeth asked a great question about the application process. I'm wondering if you have any tips or suggestions for things such as an accessibility check-in that we can kind of integrate into our practices to make this a more inclusive space that invites that full access and participation for our student commissioners in particular, but for all of us.
I just want to add to that just before you answer, because we were discussing this. I was wondering about UDL for those with mental health needs, sort of like the invisible, like people have been mentioning the lights in this room are, challenging for a number of people. And so like the invisible, challenges that we might have, not necessarily the physical. And I don't think I've ever been asked like, what might be my accessibility needs coming here as someone who has mental health needs. So I just, something I was thinking about, just your thoughts on that.
I'll start. No. So a few things to the point you just made. It's very important to think about those things because, I do a lot of work not around just universal design for learning for kids in public education spaces, but people at work. And one thing we know about people at work is 1 in 5 will have some sort of disability. And that could be physical, emotional, cognitive, what have you. And what we also know is 2 out of 3 of those people won't tell you for whatever reason, stigma, it's none of your business, whatever it is. And so you have to think about folks and provide those things so they don't have to out themselves by asking for it, right, ahead of time. Inclusion for me is when I walk into a space, like inclusive learning, I walk into an experience in it and it feels like somebody thought about people like me when they put this together, however like me is showing up that day, right? And to do that takes empathy. And if you ask about your application process, I talk to the people that you think would apply. How is this working for you? What would you like to see better? Ask and listen and really listen. Try it for yourself. Because many times we know what we meant to do, and then we get on the other side of it. Yeah, you know what? We could do this better. So not as far as any specific technology piece, but really building that empathy. The fancy term is a user expert. So find folks across the spectrum of your likely candidates and have them go through that and tell you what's working and what's not working, right? Because our job is to figure out what's not working for them rather than think about what's not working in them, as has been traditionally done.
Yeah, I agree with utilizing the voice, right? But we have to also understand that this process of identifying a student commissioner, when the student commissioner is identified, that's when the real work starts. And even if you ask many of our youth, what are your accommodation needs? Because we don't talk about disability, especially to individuals with disabilities, our students, you ask that question and they don't know how to answer it. So it's layered deeply. So the student voice piece is critical. The universal design for learning lesson planning process is, I think, where your question is going, Commissioner Notch. Because when we work with teachers on how to design lessons that incorporate universal design, we look first at the goal. Are there barriers in the actual goal of the information we're trying to teach? Are there barriers in the assessments? Are there barriers in the methods? And are there barriers in the materials? And you go through and you ask yourself, based on what I know about the variability of my learners, what barriers will they encounter? And how can I get ahead of it so they never experience the barrier? And just break it down into what's the goal, what are the assessments, methods, and materials to develop expert learners. So I think as you look at your entire process, so in preparation for your next meeting, be very conscious of every bit of information you receive from CDE, from the ACSE Commission. What do you have to read in order to prepare? And just always ask yourself, what is the barrier for me with all of this information, or the length of time you have to sit for these 2 days, or for the constant auditory input that's happening? What are the barriers in all of those situations that we have to be creative and just start breaking them down? And that's UDL, and it's going to be specific to each individual context and the way in which individuals approach and experience those contexts.
Phenomenal. Just phenomenal. Who's next? Okay. Sorter, Lopez, Oyakawa. Graph. Can y'all remember that?
I'm glad I get to go first. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your presentation, and thank you for creating our own ACSE Padlet. I think I'm a big Padlet fan, so yes, thank you for that, because as we move forward and answer a lot of those questions and we find other resources, now we have a spot already where we can put that and discuss it. And yes, my whole dissertation was on students not being able to articulate their disability in college. So it is a big factor in when we move forward and how to support anybody. So thank you for that.
Your presentation was wonderful. And one of my, I don't call it my disabilities, is everything gets really jumbled in my brain when I get really excited and I hear something so spectacular, when I'm looking forward to the future of all the great information you hear for our kiddos in the classroom. I look at the subtitles and I think about the barriers for me, is that my eyes are maturing, and I love the subtitles. And then I look at the wonderful subtitles that allows me to look at all the foreign films I watch. My family makes fun of me because I watch everything that has to do with foreign. I don't care what kind of movie it is. It could be in Turkish. Right now it's Korean, and last week it was a Japanese show. And learning about the cultures of others because I'm watching everything in subtitles and I'm reading. So you've just opened my eyes on a lot of different things. That picture makes me quite sad. And I'm not going to get emotional, I promise, but I see my daughter, Isabella, who's 20 years old now, and she represents so many, because in the classroom for the last 12 years, I have pushed for inclusion. So she's just graduated with the certificate because she can't have a diploma yet. Not yet. We're headed there. But I can tell you, for someone who, like her, which represents many, someone who has Down syndrome and is autistic on the spectrum, as you mentioned, she is not able to tell you where or what she doesn't understand or how she feels. So Isabella would do that exact thing on some days when she's in a science classroom or in a math class, and she doesn't have the curriculum that has been modified for her to make it valuable for her. So she would talk out loud because that's self-soothing. And many of us self-soothe in our brains. I can get through this. I'm tired, but I can focus. It's hot outside. I can do this. So these are the things that I would hear her talking. I'd laugh because she's doing what we all do in our brains to help us get through the day. So I thank you for this, because this is something. This is our future, and we have to remember that there are many kids that do not have a diagnosis in the classroom, that do have trouble looking at a graph. Myself, my family knows, and my husband knows, at the end of the day, don't talk to me about the numbers, the math, or the bills, or anything else, because numbers is not going to happen for me after 5 o'clock. And that's just the way my brain functions. So thank you. I'm kind of going on and on. I told you that's what happens in my brain, but this is real. And what you guys have put out here today is wonderful.
Since you went there, I'm going to go there too. Universal design for learning is a social justice issue. Without access, the picture on the slide is exactly where our students end up. By denying access, we are also denying students the human right of belonging and relationship and community. And universal design for thinking, that proactive thinking about outside myself, what do I need to do in order to get in the experience of those I'm serving? And without that perspective, we are creating barriers to basic human rights. So UDL isn't the thing, all those checkpoints and guidelines and principles. It's a moral purpose thing. So I applaud you for going down this road, even before the student commissioners here.
Just one other piece that I heard earlier, talking about that application process. I heard, what can we do to make this better? And a key part of universal design for learning, doing these things right, is ownership. And it is, I know when I was teaching, and sometimes when I was training, it's very easy for me to take ownership when my learners are doing well. It's a lot harder to take ownership of the struggles. That's scary. We feel bad. We shy away from that. And we sometimes, we make excuses. But that ownership is also empowering. If you say, I have power over the environment to make things better, there's something I can do so that me and my learners can get where we want to go. And yes, some things might not be directly in my control, but they might be within my realm of influence. And it's really that ownership piece that you were talking about earlier. What can we do that is key to moving these things forward? It's not a canned curriculum. It's not a technology you buy. It's thinking about your folks. What could get in the way, and what do you want to do about it?
Who's the next?
Thank you so much. We've needed this presentation. I've been on the commission since early 2020, so thank you to Chair Hayes-White for bringing this forward, and thank you for coming, and everyone on the commission for recognizing how important this is and how we're a little behind. I think this should have happened earlier, but we talked earlier about having materials for the kind of the how-to manual, how to be a commissioner, and I hope that all of these universal design concepts, your slides, and then information from the Padlets are part of how we train our commissioners to be commissioners. I think we all need this. We all need this anyway, but especially in our role on this commission. My brain is getting jumbled too because I'm kind of excited. And my daughter, who's hard of hearing and has 22q deletion syndrome, we always have a goal on her IEP to be able to self-advocate. That's a huge part of what we always aim for her, because that's one of the hardest things, I think, for every person, but especially for a child who feels different from everyone else. Having to stick your hand up and say, I need this or that is so hard. And so I want to ask our fellow commissioners to make sure that not just for the students, but for each other, that we are all mindful of what we know our current accommodation needs or not, for looking out for each other, as well as for the students when we're able to bring them on, to recognize that we are all part of, taking ownership, right? That's on all of us. At the same time, I want to ask if there is a mechanism so that who it is, whether it's the chair or the CDE, if we have individual needs or we see somebody else who might need some support, who should we be asking to get that? Well, like we had a glitch earlier when Dr. Hleibuck Aman was here. You weren't here in her first meeting, but we had issues with interpreters. So who, I want to make sure we know who we all need to step up to if beyond the informal process, we need support. Is that Director?
You can always come to the leadership team. You can always come to me and Vice Chair Tostin, and you can always come to Executive Secretary Calamise.
Well, thank you. I think that, I'd like to make sure that we all are aware that there is a mechanism, that there is a place to go to, but at the same time that we all look out for each other, the person next to you, new members as they come in, to recognize that, like you said, there are many hidden disabilities, and even if it's not a formal disability, we all have needs, and that's what universal design is all about. And that first cartoon you had with the ramp and the snow, like, yeah. and I think when you share those, they're very powerful images, but it's one way to get others to understand something that they'd never thought of before. And I think we need as many reminders as we can. And so your presentation was powerful, and thank you for all you do and for helping us to do right for the applicants as they come in. I love that you're working on finding different ways for them to express themselves if they're going to apply. And I hope that if there's anyone, any of the students or their educators who are listening, to let them know that we are welcoming the applicants, and if they feel that however the application ends up being written or presented to them, that they recognize if it doesn't seem to fit how they can express themselves, that we all want to find a way to allow them to make their application to us as well. So thank you.
And also Commissioner Topalian has just reminded me, don't forget, we also have the Mentorship and Training Committee. And they're co-chairing it. So it's going to be Commissioner Topalian and Commissioner Ruiz. Okay. So that's another support mechanism. Okay. Who's next?
I really just want to second everything that's been said here. I mean, I really appreciate the comments, of my colleagues. But again, thank you for an amazing presentation. And I was just so pleased that you called out Judy Heumann. And I'm hoping that maybe we can make a statement with her passing, because what I was struck by with Judy, and I did have several opportunities to be with her. But if you ever watched her on video, she always started by describing who she is, in terms of her physical appearance. And she also, just like in the slide, that it's the environment that's the greatest barrier, not the fact that she was in a wheelchair or whatever. So it's the environment that we really have to pay attention to. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Oh, see, there goes that. I just broke it. I think I just broke it. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to, hear you guys present. And as Commissioner Havania White said, where we'll take all this information back, and with the mentoring, I think that's very important, but also just thinking about just what we need. And because I often feel like I'm complaining, I'm like, oh my God, the light, my head, I don't have my meds, something is going on, and everybody's been so good about it. But I think just the society, and I think environment is the biggest barrier, because yes, I could do 10 things at the same time. But for somebody else, they're like, aren't you tired? I'm like, no, I'm not tired. Why would I be tired? That's on you. You could be tired, but I'm not tired. I could still go on. So I think it's very important to remember that, and just understanding and not assuming that people are okay because they have, physically they're able to shake things up and move mountains, but internally there's still that part that they just, they're just different and neurodiverse. Let's call it neurodiverse in that sense, but many different disabilities, as we know. But thank you again. And we're going to take this back, and hopefully you guys could also partner with us when we're looking at all those things, and just to make sure we're able to follow your guidelines and some of the great things that you have. And that metacognition class, I started telling him yesterday, I said, I had to take that class because I had nothing else to do at 11 o'clock. And I hated it because it was about thinking about your own thinking. So it's a lot. So I get it. So thank you.
Just really quickly to piggyback on the idea of the environment as disabling, students not being disabled, but being disabled because of their environment. It's also looking across contexts. So as you change contexts, you will experience those contexts in different ways. And I think too often we assume that a disability will present itself in the same way in the different contexts. So we have to be really clear that something that will work here isn't going to work here. And then too often, if it's not working, we end up blaming the individual when it's really the way the individual is experiencing the environment that is manifesting in their behaviors or their communication. So.
I'd like to piggyback on that and going beyond just the idea of disability and thinking about the individuality and that context matters. Let's say you interview your student commissioner and they submit a video of themselves and they speak very well. They look confident. That's different than sitting in a chair here with all these folks and being live online. And so then it's considered, okay, what is their role? Is their input necessary to be in the moment? Are there other ways that they can express their opinion that doesn't necessarily have to be? And could there be options where they're feeling comfortable that day to really speak up and share their ideas? Or they need a little more time to think and they have other times that they can share their ideas, because it's really important about getting their input, not just getting their input on camera, on tape. And so really think about that contextual difference to doing the same thing, communicating with other folks. Oh, and yes, happy to help. David Tossin, who's not here, has my personal number, and he would get very mad at me if I ever didn't want to do this, but he couldn't stop me. So if you want help around UDL, you just give me a call.
Can we do a virtual clap or a hand clap? This was amazing. And this is a start of our culture. Y'all feel it? Because I certainly feel it. So I really appreciate that. Any other comments from the commissioners before I open up the floor?
Hi, it's Dawn. I wanted to chime in from Zoom.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner
worries.
Hamilton, please.
I wanted to echo and say thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. As a parent of a disabled student with significant support needs, who does attend a school who practices UDL and is fully included and overall has a really great experience. There's still a learning curve, even in situations like that. And I had an example just recently where she was actually over accommodated, which created a barrier to her participation. So I think being mindful of that and cognizant of that and ensuring that we provide the accommodations that are needed, but are also mindful to the levels of those accommodations and being able to adjust them based on the situations. Like was just mentioned, some days a person with certain disabilities can participate in one way. On another day, it may be a different way. So having those flexibilities, I think, is so very important. But I too am so glad that we're addressing this. And even for my own support needs as a parent who doesn't, know the jargon and the acronyms and keeping up with the pace of, having to interpret what everything means as we go. I just am so thrilled that we are addressing the need for all of this, for all of us with and without disabilities and all our various support needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we do another clap? All right. Commissioners, any comments? Further comments? All right, Snipes.
Thank you. I didn't really have one, but thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Love it all.
Okay, thank you. All right. Public, are there any comments? Come on, guys, go line up. And can we do the public comment slide and then have another box for the public to see the folks, or we can only do one frame? Okay. So please, public in the audience, I turn over the mic to you.
Is it working? I think it's working. Yay. Okay. So good morning. I'm Lana Tejas. I am the president of the California Association of Resource and Special Educators. And so I just wanted, at CARS and as CARS members, we really do appreciate you bringing attention to this, to Universal Design for Learning. We're definitely more cognizant of the need to take UDL beyond the classroom and and into our own meetings and correspondence and beyond. So we appreciate the presentation. So thank you for bringing attention to these concepts, as well as we all strive to rise to that level of equity and inclusivity for all. So as well as finding meaningful ways to empower, support, and include our special educators so that they can best support their students to be those expert learners. So thank you.
Thank you.
All person. Okay. I'm Dr. Wanda Patrick. I also am a part of CARS, but I'm the president Ledge Committee. I'm also an inclusion teacher. I've been teaching inclusion mathematics for the last 6 years. I want to thank you for inviting us. I've been greatly intrigued by what's been going on. Thank you for the UDL. I would like to thank you for bringing this to us. But one of the things I want to express today is, although I'm a member of CARS, I want to say that right now I am speaking as a special education teacher from inclusion. I've been teaching for 25 years. And one of the most important things that I do, and I understand what you was talking about with your daughter, and those that have special needs students, I'm one of those that fight for the inclusion. That's where they belong. And we fought at our school for years and years to get students involved in inclusion, and we continue to do that. Right now, we have in our classrooms 33 to 35 students, with half of them being special ed. When you walk into the classroom, you do not know which ones are and which ones are not neurodiverse, because we teach them all as neurotypical. The only ones that know the neurodiverse students is the 2 teachers that are in there, because they all get the same academic vocabulary. The only ones that know the accommodations are the 2 teachers that are in the classroom. Whenever they bring people in to the classrooms that are coming on to see our inclusion classrooms, they do not know which ones are and which ones are not special education. And that's what we adhere to. We, as inclusion teachers, we want to ensure that we are doing our best for UDL, but we also use Howard Gardner's, the multi-intelligence, so that we can use all the different modalities. And so I want to apologize for not speaking up yesterday. I was a little intimidated, but it's one of those things that, you know, when you come up here and you see all the wonderful people on the panel, it's like, do I speak or do I not speak? Yesterday, I heard words like retention. And it was one of those things that I had to stop and say, how am I going to approach this? With the idea of seeing 200 students a day, and you have a caseload of 28, I mentor at least 3 new teachers. And with the one more thing, it's kind of difficult, and you have to walk them back. So I want to say thank you for helping us, and thank you for being there. And I want to say thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo everyone else's comments here, and thank you for furthering the work that we all need to do. And I support Commissioner Hamilton's statement that said,
more is not always better. We just need to, a disability is not necessarily the focus, it's the environment. So thank you for your commitment and the work, and we are all behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters in the building? Seeing none, are there any commenters online?
Caller ending with 3787, please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
From the Yolo County SELPA, and my Community Advisory Committee and I are excited that ACSE will be including student members. I want to express my gratitude to ACSE for working to include the student representatives on the commission in a meaningful manner, and also my gratitude for Director Calamise, Kevin Schaefer, and James McKenna for their important work in the areas of UDL and inclusion. Using the UDL guidelines when designing the ACSE meetings will set up the student representatives for success and will benefit all the committee members. Thank you so much and keep up the great work.
There are no online callers at this time.
Wow, this item was amazing. Can we do another clap? I'm just clapping it up today. Director Schaefer, Assistant Director McKenna, Director Calamise, thank you so much for bringing this important topic to the commission and helping us to build the culture of an inclusive boardroom. So hearing no further comments at this time, I would like for us to transition into our 60-minute lunch break. We're going to break right now. It's 12:14. We're right on time. And we will return at 1:15. Have a great lunch break. And I see you back here at 1:15. Welcome back, commissioners. I hope you had a great lunch. We are going to move right into item number 11, alternative dispute resolution. Representatives from the Special Education Local Plan Areas, SELPA, Statewide Association, will provide an overview and summary of the annual Alternative Dispute Resolution, ADR, conference. Welcome, Sue Singh of Orange Unified, Veronica Coates of Tehama County, and is Emily Luna online?
Yes, I am.
All right, welcome. I now pass the mic to your team.
I just need to go in present mode, which I need my own accommodations right now. I'm like, where is it? Review. Sorry, maybe the mouse will help. Okay. Here we go. Got it. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, Director Calamise. She was giving me proximity and I was feeling the support and I was able to do it. Right? It really helped. All right, introductions. Thank you, Dr. Hayes White, for that wonderful introduction. I'm Veronica Coates.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sue Singh with Orange Unified SELPA. Nice to be here.
And we have our dear colleague and friend, Emily Mostavoy Luna from Ventura County SELPA on the Zoom, I believe.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, and I'm honored to be here.
And I want to preclude this with a little humility. As we went through earlier, for those of you listening now, we went through a presentation on universal design for learning. And I was learning in the moment. I was learning, oh my goodness, I don't want to follow these people. I don't want to follow this presentation because we have way too many words on this slide for you.
And we are going to acknowledge that in humility, we're adult learners and we are learning in this space with you and alongside you. And man, what a good idea to just create a Padlet. We really wanted to embed resources. We are not going to read these slides to you. We're really going to have a conversation today and hopefully get you excited about the work that we have done as SELP administrators in the space of alternative dispute resolution and prevention, and hopefully be invited back after the statewide work commences. So we're not going to read the slides to you. And in hindsight, we're going to think about how we can make these presentations more accommodating to all learners in the future. A brief agenda. We're going to go over the grants that each SELPA receives. We're going to talk about the expansion and the journey California has undergone in relation to trying to have a whole continuum of alternative dispute resolution. We are going to talk about the partnership between Strauss, the Strauss School of Alternative Dispute Resolution through the Pepperdine School of Law and the SELPA Association. And we're going to talk about some model programming and our annual ADR conference. Dr. Sue Singh's going to talk about that and highlight some of those things that just occurred a few weeks ago. So we want to highlight the grants. And again, you have this presentation. I'm not going to read these slides to you. You can click on those and those will take you directly to the California Department of Education's website and then it will overview all of the grants that the SELPAs, the special education local plan areas, receive in relation to alternative dispute resolution. There's been several in the past few years. One is an ongoing grant. It's a 2-year grant, and they have been levelized. They used to be different amounts depending on what SELPA you were at. Some SELPAs got them, some didn't, and the California Department of Education has really streamlined that process in partnership with us on allowing everyone who wants one of these grants the access to them and splitting them evenly. It's been very helpful, and we really acknowledge that partnership. Right now, each SELPA who applies gets around $15,000 a year. Can get more information on that. There was also some additional grants during the time of the pandemic to support some of the work to prevent disputes that were related to learning loss for students with disabilities. And those are also there for your review if you would like to review them. Which kind of segues into the journey of expanding this continuum of alternative dispute resolution. And I would say even more so, we would like to expand it into prevention, not just resolution. And California has had longstanding grants with our ADR grants. However, we haven't really looked at how to expand it beyond just those teeny tiny grants. And then COVID hit. You all have talked about COVID. I know some of you are parents on the commission, and I'm sure you actually felt and saw the learning loss of your students in a deeper way than maybe anyone else felt in this state. And we as SELP administrators saw that as well. And we also saw the rapid increase of disputes between LEAs, districts, and their families, and thought we really need to get a hold of this because one, it takes a long time to repair those relationships once they're broken, and two, it could bankrupt the whole system, right? Both sides of that equation. So there was a lot of data collection. There was legislative advocacy. Commissioner Estes, I'm not seeing her right now. She may have had to leave, but she and I worked in partnership with some other parent advocacy groups and a legislator, and really wanted to create a space where it wasn't just administrators or districts saying we need more money to fight disputes, but really we need more money to create a system where we prevent disputes. And what an opportunity COVID allowed us to do that, right? And it was a great experience. We worked hand in hand and were able to achieve a lot of dollars to address learning loss and dispute prevention, not dispute resolution, although that goes into play as well. But really, we wanted to highlight dispute prevention. And those dollars are coming due soon. The grants are expiring this year, and lots of great work has been achieved. I kind of got ahead of myself. These are, I will go by these really fast. These were the grants that were achieved. You can click on those as well to receive more information. There was $100 million statewide that was distributed for dispute prevention and resolution. And there was $450 million for learning recovery. So they were split up in here's some activities to do around the prevention and resolution of disputes. And here is a pot of money to use for direct access to services in relation to learning loss. It was a win for ADR champions. And I'm going to pass it off to my dear friend, Emily Mostavoy Luna, and I'm going to drive the laptop, and she's going to talk about our partnership with Strauss Institute. But just a little fun fact, SELP administrators, we meet together once every month to plan and to collaborate with our partners at the CDE and really bring back to our LEAs and our districts and our families resources. And this was literally born, this idea, at one of those meetings when we saw the need for even ourselves to be adult learners and learn more in the space of dispute prevention. And Emily said, what if we could partner with the world-renowned Strauss Institute? And people didn't think it could happen. And she manifested it and made it happen. And I'm going to let her talk to you about it.
Thank you, Veronica. And I appreciate that story because I will never forget that moment. And I also would just share that I think there are those moments when we review and really reflect back on the pandemic, and there were some most incredible, hardest times of all of our lives, especially for our families and educators. But there were also positive outcomes that came of it as well. And during those times of deepest struggles is sometimes where you just kind of try to look for positive opportunities and abilities to kind of think larger than life. And so this is one of those moments where the Strauss Institute is incredibly known for their offerings of what's called the mediating litigated case. And actually, many of our Office of Administrative Hearings judges go through that program to learn that role that they play that's so vital to our system. Additionally, many court judges and attorneys go to that program. And I myself attended that program, sitting in a room with judges and attorneys, and found that while it was incredibly important work, really focusing on the prevention, the communication skills to really drive when there is disagreements, I found that being able to be in an arena that had liked minds, liked backgrounds, like educators, and specifically special education educators, would have just been so much more meaningful for me to help make those connections. And so with that dream came alive. And we have kind of a tiered level of system through Strauss, where our tier level 1 is where we're offering kind of conflict resolution 101, which is really open to all, right? And from that, offering just foundational skills and communication and how to address conflict and just disagreements. Kind of our tier 2 level is really then expanding our understanding of cross-cultural needs in support when working through disagreements. And then that tiered level 3, which is a 5-day course, which is the mediating litigated case, which is often referenced as MLC, which is that 5-day program that really is an intensive level of work, practicing and understanding and being vulnerable on how to utilize really wonderful communication skills and understanding interests to really help move when family and districts are in disagreement. And so what we have on this slide, what I would just share is these are not our total numbers. We hope to be able to come back and present more on that. But over the last year and a half or so, we've had at least 249. I would be comfortable to say at least 250 now, the last time that we collected this data, of school districts and SELPAs who have attended. There also have been representatives of the family empowerment centers who have come to some of our trainings as well. 477 attendees. Again, I'd venture to say those are probably up to 500 now. 16 offerings, specifically of the mediated litigated case, which has been offered virtually. And now a couple of other sessions have been offered in person, and we're looking to add one more in August. and then over 100 attendees who were registered specifically for this year. And what I would just share is, well, this is has been really geared to educators and maybe people who are working within that advocacy level or family empowerment center specifically. What I would just share is that doesn't shy away from what we also know is incredibly important, is to provide also trainings for our families. And so I'll share that as well as other opportunities. But this partnership really did kind of focus on from that SELPA administrator or director level, even superintendents, to really gain that valuable skill set.
And Pepperdine is one of the only law schools, I learned this, that actually focuses on dispute resolution and prevention. Many law schools do not have that focus. Attorneys in their programs may get one course, half a course. So even the attorneys in our systems that we all know may not have ever had this amount of training and support in dispute prevention. I think this is me. So we wanted to just highlight a couple data slides for you. This slide is actually taken from the Center for Alternative Dispute Resolution in Special Education, also known as CADRE, and they are funded through federal grants and are a great team. They also have a national conference once every few years, and they take a lot of data and provide technical assistance to states, most often the Department of Education level, and we've also partnered with them at the SELPA level. They are an incredible resource for our country and are really interested in the space that California is in to expand the ADR, or to expand dispute resolution and prevention strategies. So this was the year 2019-20, in which the pandemic hit. And it's just showing you the data, the only data we're allowed really to see, because Emily's going to talk a little bit. I'm not going to steal her thunder. So CADRE collects the data we can get, right? And really the data that we can get are those cases that actually go through the Office of Administrative Hearings, whether it's mediation or they go to full litigation, has to go through that process to be in this data set. California is always up there in the top. I see Director Calamise nodding. She knows this as well. California is always in the top 4, top 5. New York State and Washington, D.C. tend to beat us in the level of litigation, and it's not a thing we want to win. So this was how many cases per 10,000 students. So we were having 130 per 10K, essentially, in this time. And we were thinking that the level of dispute was going to just skyrocket after COVID. And it was starting to, and then a lot of things were put in place to try and prevent that. So then the next year, we actually ended up going down to 105-ish, I say, because it's I think it was 106. However, there's a lot of things that could have contributed to this data, but we still want to show that there was an increase in the strategies of mediation, the strategies of prevention that were recorded, rather than just that full all the way to OAH or Office of Administrative Hearings litigated cases. So it's promising data. It's something that we should celebrate and something that we should continue expanding and not lose sight of. We wanted to just briefly show you the Center for Alternative Dispute Resolution for Special Education, CADRE's continuum. It is the model for dispute prevention and resolution. And I believe in your PowerPoints, and we can get you the link too as well, but you could link yourself right to CADRE's website. But they have a definite continuum that we would like to replicate in this state. Emily, do you want to say anything about this? I think I may have stolen your slide.
No, I'll share. Thank you so much, Veronica. What I would just share is when I talk a little bit about kind of some of the work that has been done specifically with the different funds for supporting alternative dispute prevention, have really been able to access that continuum and build that capacity within SELPAs to provide that exact level of support. from the very earliest level of intervention to kind of the highest level, where we can see, hopefully see less, as that chart just shared, where less due process filings, right? That's ultimate our goal. And I will just say, because I have an audience here, our goal is to help truly make systemic change within the litigation that is continually trying to happen, occurs in special education, right? And I would be also very clear, though, is this is not in any way to take away from the important needs and the rights of our families and disagreements, but if there are ways that we can continue to maintain the relationships between parents and school districts when there is conflict and do more of that preventative work, ultimately, right, we should see less filings, stronger relationships between our families and schools, and obviously, ultimate goal, positive student outcomes for students with disabilities. And so with that, on this slide is just some examples of what many SELPAs and districts have done to utilize the funds, kind of all three pots of funds that we shared on our initial slides, to really put this prevention work into action. And so one example would be what our SELPA has done over the last couple of years, which is we were able to hire an assistant director of school and family collaboration, that is her title, to truly do this work, to support and work collectively with our family empowerment centers, be resource to our parents and our districts, and really dive in and offer training for everyone together and in individual needs to really support our capacity to understand how to best move forward in maintaining the relationships, even during the hardest times of disagreement. And so these circles that you see on the slide is kind of our visual of the cadres continuum that we offer here. And so with that, also one of the things that kind of came forth with bringing in our person was kind of a grassroots community of practice, so that practitioners can share and learn alongside each other across the state. We bring in guest speakers. They've done kind of book reads to really engage and continually build our understanding of best practices and prevention. And then how do we continue to take that work and expand it to our families and larger organizations and things like different advocacy groups in our communities, right? Working with county offices, our charter schools, and just our communities as a whole.
So when you look at this model, you can see it is a tiered model. So it does replicate many of the things we like to do in education, the tiers of support for dispute. And we were able to, in my SELPA, replicate Ventura SELPA's model, which is interesting because we are very different in scope and size. Like you can't get more different. We have similar geographical regions, but different in that they have a whole lot more people than us. So to be able to replicate a program from a major, a SELPA with that many staff members is testament to it can work, and it can work in any SELPA and any district. So you're going to get a little preview of maybe what's more to come. And we also hired an internal neutral model or an internal neutral facilitator as well. And I would say it brings me back to what even Kevin was talking about in your previous training in Universal Design for Learning about making the boardroom accessible. What we did with our SELPA board was we actually enacted a vote. They had to vote that the person we were hiring was neutral, that they were not going to supervise this person. This person was not just for them, and families could self-refer as much and in the same exact way that a district superintendent could. And I think that's the power of this, is now parents are calling us before they're calling attorneys. And that's ultimately what we want. But we had to build that trust from the very top, the highest of the leader. And we modeled that off of Ventura's model.
And I would just add, what is really beautiful as this shifting culture starts to begin to establish in your community is it's not just the families who are calling, right? Or the educators. We now have our parent attorneys calling and saying, let's work together to help resolve the case. And that is an incredible shift and something that is really beautiful to start to see. But we also understand that these are very large change thinking, right? This is culture shifting work. But there truly is this component of kind of agreement that we are trying to really establish, that we are all here to work together. And we know that if a situation or a case goes all the way through to due process, it is incredibly hard to repair those relationships after that. And so what can we do from a preventative level to really help move things forward?
We're going to give you a little preview. This could have been the Padlet. Actually, I think there is a Padlet on this. You're all familiar with the statewide system of support. You have had the system improvement leads present to you just the last ACSE meeting, I believe. And there was another policy movement to add in a resource lead for alternative dispute resolution. And it was a named project and a named amount, meaning the state dedicated resources for this project. And I'll let Emily talk a little bit about that.
So what I would just share is we are incredibly honored to be able to openly say that both Ventura County SELPA, Ventura County Office of Education, and Tehama County SELPA, Tehama County Office of Education, and the Rainbow Resources Family Empowerment Center within Ventura County have been humbly awarded to be the statewide resource lead. And the ultimate goal is to truly bring those capacity and understandings amongst all of us collectively as an entire community, statewide, in working within our family empowerment centers, our county office of educations, maybe potentially our geographic leads, our LEAs, charter schools, and so forth, to truly understand how we can do preventative work together and build those skill sets alongside each other. And so with that, I think that's what is incredibly special about this resource lead, is that it was specific to ensure that we included our parent voices, and that a family empowerment center or a family support agency are critical to the importance of this work. And so in order for us to truly help and make change and systemic change, we need to ensure that we're continuously bringing forth that parent voice. And by utilizing our Rainbow's Resources Family Empowerment Center here locally, and then also really learning to navigate and build the relationships with the other FECs across our state and other agencies as well, we're really excited to see how this can move forward and truly move the needle in California over the next 5 years and hopefully beyond.
It's the only only special education resource lead in the statewide system of support that requires family involvement, family agency involvement. And our project specifically, we really built the entire application the foundation was family voice will be a part of every single thing that we develop, every form, every training, and every part of this capacity building. Oh, here you go. She's been waiting.
I've been waiting. So often we hear of the importance and need of transparency, right, within the field of special education, SELPAs. And one of the things that we really see as an area of need is specifically within transparent data or transparent data. Within relations to alternative dispute prevention, resolution, and due process, filings and hearings. And unfortunately, right now in our state, this is a very hard area to gather that information. We have maybe our local data that we are collecting. We share that with CDE through our grant reporting and our expenditure reports, which are excellent ways and resources. We have our Office of Administrative Hearings that has their own data set, but that truly is specific to if a due process hearing has been filed and actually gone to hearing, right? And what we hope to accomplish is trying to create a website, a data system that either me as a SELPA director or a parent from any community or county would be able to really dive into it a little bit more. So we can capture the different trainings that we are offering, the capacity building that we're hoping to do across the state, and ultimately be able to see data trends to see if there are positive outcomes or areas where we need to continue to do further kind of analysis, dive deeper, and areas of focus. And so that's one component that we really hope to accomplish as the statewide lead in ADR. And I do hope that it really can be a valuable system and data set that we all could really use to be able to identify true outcomes and systemic change that we're hoping to accomplish.
I don't think any other state has accomplished this. So we would be the first, but we're innovators in California, and we are eager to actually collect the data of the good work and not just the work wherein which highlights the relationship demise. We want to show all the good work that's happening, which there's so much, and it would show that expansion of the continuum for prevention. All right, we did have one thing because we knew we were going to talk a lot. And it is it's an interesting concept, especially with the diverse commissioners on this commission. And we would like you to at least talk to your elbow partner or all of you together, however you want to do this. We'll just give you a couple minutes, and we would like you to imagine your ideal program as a parent, as an educator, as a community member, as a part of the disability community. What would that look like? What would that level of funding and support look like? What changes would need to be made out of that ideal thing? And then think about it without any barriers. So we'll give you a couple minutes just to talk about that. You don't have to turn your mics on either, because I know that will be very difficult for our interpreters. Yeah, no, it's which one? This one? Mm-hmm. Perfection. Or at least talking. We're going to bring you back because we still do want to have opportunity for you guys to ask us questions, but you're talking. I didn't put you to sleep. I'm so excited. There's so many words. I did want to point out.
Veronica?
Yes?
Could we get a couple of people just to maybe share out a little?
We were going to. You were reading our mind. I did want to point out that the art you see on the screen is Albert Einstein. And the quote says, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding." It's a quote by Albert Einstein. And all of this, the art was done by Brad Heckman. He is a mediator, and he does art based on mediation and dispute resolution. And so I just want to put that out there as a little inspiration. But yes, go ahead. What were you going to ask them, Emily?
Well, I would just, if anyone is open, just to share, maybe to just gather maybe 1 to 2 comments of just a little bit what they were discussing.
So Here it goes. So one of the things I know we've been discussing in my unit would be more of like a good intake when a parent comes in and having like an intake form, because often it's about listening to what they really want, because they've heard things outside and we want to make sure we hone in and address those concerns. And what Commissioner Oyakawa was saying, it's more about, the education and learning, like the psychoeducation of the whole process and what that looks like and what to ask for, not to ask for, what could a special education offer, what it can offer, or what are some of the different things that they want to look for. So I think having a great intake form and having that student support team of meetings of just gathering information. It doesn't mean that we're not going to assess the student, but it's more about let's get that information beforehand so we know how to proceed in an informed way, addressing the concerns and being proactive.
Yep. So I hear you saying, start with relationship first and take the time to have the parent or family have their voices heard or expressed in any way they hear.
Right on.
And sorry, since I was her elder elbow, the other part of it is not just having the parent in there with them, but having the parent understand the process. As somebody who is either on the team or somebody who just has a role of, and I had used the word advocate, and I don't mean advocate in an adversarial means, but in terms of somebody who, as a parent, you come in and you know something's going on. You don't really know, like you said, and that's what the intake would be about. But the parent doesn't know what the education setting could be. They don't know what accommodations could be. They have no idea how to write a goal, right? They don't know any of that, or most of us don't. And so just having somebody who would be there kind of as a translator for the parent so that they can be partners in that conversation and then going forward. And so just to keep it as truly as what IEP team is supposed to be, a team, right? To keep it, from getting adversarial from the start.
Wouldn't it be great if every district of the state of California had access to someone like that?
Exactly.
And I would just share, and we have them. I was going to,
independent facilitators, right? So someone who's the neutral person who's able to be that liaison and interpreting both sides and come to common ground.
And I would also just share is we have started to develop a model of that, and what our current name is, and I'm sure it could morph into something else, is parent partners. And so we have parent partners within our SELPA who have taken training to really be that, and I appreciate that supportive advocate, not in adversarial, I mean that truly as well, when every time I had said that today, but to be that resource from parent to parent, and somebody who maybe has gone through that system, who and has also been able to take additional kind of professional development to really understand that process, so they can speak from both the parent role, also from procedural rights role, all of those things. And we're really excited to see how that comes forth.
Well, thank you all for sharing. And as I'm listening to my colleagues here, Veronica and Emily, a thought, of course, you can see we didn't plan or practice this together at all, as we're jumping on different flights and she's in LRP. But a thought comes to mind as I listen to my colleagues, which is, relationships. We talk about relationships all the time. And truly, relationships are the currency of influence in any workplace. We cannot escape the fact that relationships are foundational. And, as I'm going into my slides here, sometimes the progress in education may seem glacial to the eye, but boy, we've made some strides in the arena of alternative dispute resolution and prevention. So to that, on your screen is the Alternative Dispute Resolution Conference that was held at the Riverside Convention Center. And it speaks to our collective commitment as a SELPA organization to that early intervention piece. And as we promote that level of collaboration and positive relationships with our families and schools to prevent and avoid those disputes. And that proactive communication, which is foundational, and that collaborative problem solving. So I'm here not just on my behalf, but also on behalf of Dr. Patty Matheny, who was instrumental in this organization of the planning and implementation of this conference. So we'll take you through. We have the slide deck here showing us our keynote speakers. Once again, Emily and Veronica spoke to the Strauss Institute. Keynote speakers were from our Strauss Institute for Dispute Resolution. And it was truly, truly impressive to see these keynote speakers try to engage. There were 850 attendees, and they were able to concurrently engage all those attendees and work on building that trust and enhancing relationships, in essence, developing those skills of connection. In addition to the keynote speakers, we have presentations on a variety of topics like managing emotions, going deeper with shared interests, agreements, role plays, all kinds of workshops. And we're so excited to be able to share this opportunity with so many attendees. There was an absolute abundance of positive comments that came to us for not just our keynote speakers, but for all our outstanding presenters at the conference. So this slide highlights that the conference was held, of course, Riverside Convention Center. You can see our colleague Jason there being captured. It was amazing. The room was filled with educators, parents, caregivers who came together. And that's the most important part. Everyone came together to learn about dispute prevention and resolution. There were leading experts, like I shared, from the Strauss Institute and also from the Center for Appropriate Dispute Resolution, the cadre in Eugene, Oregon, and several other renowned practitioners in the field. And at this point, I think I would like to thank our partners from CDE. Thank you, Director Kelmes and John. His team was there, distinguished group of presenters joining us. And on the slide, you'll see a metric there that 63% of our attendees were first-time attendees at the conference. So that work related to alternative dispute prevention and resolution is definitely spreading. So we wanted to do like a deeper dive into our attendee demographics, just to thank you, East Valley SELPA, for creating this. Our diverse lineup of attendees, you can see on your screen, included parents, special education teachers, related service providers, general education, special ed administrators, classified staff, and several others who came together with a sense of community as everyone gathered those resources and strategies for minimizing and moving beyond that conflict with one conjoined goal, which is of improving student outcomes. And we were truly honored to have you, Dr. Hayes-White, present there, joining us in that conference. It's value. You added value with your participation, and we really appreciate it because it's the work spreading, and that's important for us. And on the last slide, I know we have limited time. We wanted to give you a quick snapshot, a sneak peek of what is to come. The ADR conference is tentatively scheduled for next year, 14th and 15th. And we thank you for this opportunity to present before you and continue to spread the work of alternative dispute prevention and resolution. It is critical. This work is so important. And I was just sharing with Veronica as we were chatting briefly that the commission invited several of the SELPAs during the pandemic to come out and share the great work. I remember presenting with my colleague Erin Benton and others, the great work that was going on during the pandemic to reach our kiddos, to reach our parents, our families. And when we see a dip in that, the filings, that is testament to all the work. And thank you. And we thank the legislative support that we received for the funding that allowed for 850 participants. So there's nothing more than we're grateful. And thank you for your support of this work. And I don't know, Veronica, if you want to.
And come to the conference next year. This is a formal invitation. Ask your SELPA administrators or even contact us, and we will find a way for each and every one of you to attend if you would like.
Thank you. That concludes
Yeah,
our
sorry.
presentation, and we're happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you, Selpa. This is amazing, and I had a phenomenal time. But I do want to open up the floor for questions. Before I do that, I have a question. Do you have any access to family testimonials expressing what worked to prevent and or resolve disputes? What did the mamas and daddies and the grandmas say? What was the key for prevention and or resolution?
I think you're meaning just in general, that in that kind of that scale up of dispute prevention resolution. Yes, we do. I think with the statewide resource lead, that will be an area of focus to gather, because right now it is a lot of anecdotal per SELPA, right? However, they've gathered that data. We do include, many of us include some of that data with our reports to the California Department of Education. I mean, anecdotally, just from my SELPA, I can say they are saying, thank you, it helps, it works. They are saying it's the first time that they've ever not attended an IEP without an attorney. They've stopped that relationship and will come to us. So things like that. A lot of it is a lot of education, as some of the commissioners said, thank you just for educating me. Can you please come next time? But we need to create more measurable metrics to be able to come back and actually give you that data. Because right now it's just those pockets of where it's happening. And we want this to be happening in every school district.
So I think I'll add to that as well, because like Veronica said, there's anecdotal data, but data plus relationships is going to lead us to outcomes, right? So for example, within my SELPA, we have experienced a 50% reduction in attorney fees over the past 5 years. That's good data.
Well, what contributed to that? What the mama's daddy say?
Establishing systems of alternative dispute prevention and the support we received from the legislative body for the funding that allowed us to increase that support.
So invite us back.
And I would,
Veronica, we'll bring a parent with us next time.
I want.
Yep. And we would love to have that happen if we get another invitation. And we would be sitting back and allowing those folks to present as they're the actual heroes of this work.
That's critical, because the families talk to other families and they network. And if a mom referral talks to another mom referral and says, I got my situation worked out because X, Y, and Z, then that parent is going to follow that mom and dad. So I want to know what that conversation is.
Absolutely. And I think we could definitely help with that. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Hayes.
No, thank you. I'm listening.
Oh, thank you. So what I would just share is, after every, whether it's a parent phone call, whether it's a collaborative conference, an IEP meeting, what we do, and we hope to continue to share with our colleagues, is we have actual form that everybody fills out with what you're asking for, what was helpful, what made it beneficial. And so we are beginning to gather those quotes along with the data and metrics to help establish that. And what I can share with you, what we are hearing from our families, is it's the time that somebody was able to truly listen to their concerns and their needs. Really ample time. And then with that, being able to help them understand and navigate the system, and then utilize from a internal neutral standpoint to work with the district to then really understand what their interests are, the parents' interests are and needs are. And that has been key. Not setting, I only have 10 minutes on the phone call, right? It's opening up a true relationship and dialogue so that the parent can call and really start to share what the largest challenges are, and what's impacting them. And the outcome is in our SELPA is we have districts who, or parents, excuse me, who have signed their IEP for the first time in 5 years because they had an internal neutral be able to spend that time and resource to really understand the needs of the parent and then work with the district so that they were able to think through openly, right? Open mind, open heart, open spirit to help move things forward. And I think that's been a very critical outcome that we're really capturing in each of our cases. It's the time and the listening.
Thank you, Ms. Luna. Commissioner Oyakawa.
I think you actually just answered what I was going to say. I was going to almost rephrase what Chair Hayes White was asking in terms of like, I guess, boiling it down to, if you can, like, what are those best practices? So just like the exercise you gave us, what specific things would we want to see? What did you find on your end from your particular programs were most effective? And it's hard to gauge that when you have many different things, right? Many great ideas that are in place, which one was actually the most effective at creating these relationships, which is the ultimate goal, I guess, right? And I love that you use prevention as part of its ADPR, I guess now, because I think that's
I just have coined.
so so another acronym that we don't want to use, but I think that is the key, the prevention, and then perhaps it is the relationship building that gets you to the prevention, and then even if there is a dispute, to the appropriate and positive resolution of that. So yeah, to the extent you're able to on your next visit, because we see you too, like I think every other month now, right? Would love to hear like what you're able to gauge so that as we build it out throughout the rest of the state, you know, how do we just establish what the model, how do they start these programs in other SALPAs and districts across the state? But thank you. It's great to hear.
Yeah, you answered your own question. It's time. It's the time in the relationship and really looking at it from that different perspective of what we think alternative dispute resolution is. We think it's the facilitated IEP and let's get our agenda out. And not that those things don't work. Those are great strategies, but it's way more than that. And it takes a lot more time. Our average intake, and I think Emily would probably concur because we have the same position, is probably up to 2 hours of the time the internal neutral is spending with that parent.
All right, commissioners, let me ask Commissioner Hamilton. Would you like to weigh in, Commissioner Hamilton? Oh, she had to go. Yeah. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Lopez, and then Micho.
So I have a whole bunch of thoughts in my head coming from a parent that has been down this path, and it's been some years. And I'm in a different place now. And we're in the same path again, but it's different now, and it's better now. So I guess my advice coming from a parent with this, I think this would have been great 10 years ago for me. But some of the things I still see is the main thing is going to be trust. And we've got years of no trust. We have parents coming in now into the system that will have already heard the horror stories. And so it's just going to be a whole paradigm shift. And we have our work cut out for us. There's no doubt. But we still have kids in the classroom that cannot speak for themselves, can't come home and say, Mom, I did this today, or I had lunch with this person today. So some parents don't know of the resources that are out there for them. And so for me, I heard from another mama. And I'm that person that I've always just taken charge of my own stuff. I don't ask people their business, and years have come by where I've said, okay, well, what did you do? And so there's still parents out there that don't do that either. So they go through and they keep it all inside, and it's trust. And I think words that I've used at my own IEP is, if there's not a boogeyman in the closet, then why do you make me believe there is one there? And that's always been my word. So if I have an aide that's supporting my child, but when I'm come in at lunchtime or after school to speak to the aide, how'd it go today? And they run away because here comes the teacher or someone, I can't talk to you. Or if I bring McDonald's to my kid and I want to bring one for the aide because I just want to say thank you for loving my daughter and supporting her, because you are with her more than the teachers are, because many of our teachers are in IEPs or embarked and just ingrained in paperwork. And so the aides are wanting information, wanting to learn and to embrace our kids and to support them. But yeah, we go sit down on an IEP and we say, aides don't belong here. They're not part of the team. Yes, they're part of the team. And oftentimes we record every meeting that we go to. And I actually have sat as the chair for the CAC Community Advisory Commission in our districts, and I'm the chair of the Regional Center Self-Determination Committee. I will literally go to my IEP and have a Regional Center rep there with me and my husband, and then there's everybody else. How intimidating is that? I'm not typically intimidated by anybody because I'm be the first to say there's not a lot of things I don't know, and I'm just always willing to learn. But when I get in there, it's no longer objective, it's subjective. Emotions, nervousness, am I doing it right? What's available? There's a year I didn't even realize that there was a mental health person, a behavioral person available. It's like going to a restaurant and saying, I'm hungry. What can I order? But there's no menu. No one hands you a list of what's available for your kid. And how do you know what you don't know? And that's always been the struggle. So how is it that I'm getting, and I think about this so often, because I may have the means to pay for an attorney or to go outside and purchase those services because I'm just exhausted with the school now and I'm not going to wait. I just have to go and take care of my kid. And so one has to wonder, have we just exhausted these parents? Because I got exhausted and I have no fight left. And I've been there where I look back at the education and say, oh God, I'm tired. That was a horrible year. But my kid doesn't know that because I've just done everything I can. But you've got parents that are working that don't have the means to show up to an IEP. They have language barriers. And I'll leave you with this. When I went through the distant and we finally agreed through a long time, I was given an agreement to sign off that I would not share with anybody what the outcome was. And that meant that I got my attorney fees back and the services. And I was left there with a very bad taste in my mouth. And this has been a number of years now. But I empowered myself with that because what I did was, at the time it was, I think it's congressman now, please forgive me because I'm on TV, and he's a friend, Lou Correa. I utilized his office, and I had big town hall meetings, and he'd say, come use my facility. And I would sit up there with the first meeting I had with 50 people, and I'd hold my agreement up and I'd say, I have an agreement here, but I can't share it with you because I'm not allowed to. And I empowered them to teach them about things that I had learned through this process. And it was just empowering them with information about their kid. Because many times people will come and ask me, how did you get that? How did you get that aid? And why are you in that mainstream classroom? And I say to them, well, how did you not? And, so, we have to empower our parents. Not everybody should have an aid. Not everyone needs an aid. Not everyone needs OT. But we do have to give the resources. And that trickles down to the staff below, all of us on the up, looking at what works, but the teachers and the aides and the assistants and all those people that touch the lives that can empower our kids to reach their potential is so important, that they get the information, that they don't have to be afraid to talk to a parent, that they're part of the growth in that classroom setting. So sorry for going on, but those are just a little bit of information, but there's so much more, and trust is the key to everything. Otherwise, they're never going to open.
And this is why we need parent voice, right? To hear these stories so that we can prevent those things from happening. Are we going to solve all the problems? No, but it shouldn't take every parent, only parents who have resources to acquire attorneys to get things done. And that is definitely at the heart of our project. I can say that with confidence. Don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, but the heart of our project is exactly what you just expressed, that any parent should have access to this information, be able to learn more about how to advocate for their child without having to go to an attorney.
Who was next? Michelle.
Hello. First of all, thank you. I think this is vitally important work, and I'm excited to hear the work that's been going into it. Kind of building a little bit off what Commissioner Lopez said about trust. I love this idea of having sort of a neutral party that is there to do intakes and to facilitate conversations with parents. And I am fairly certain that you didn't just say you're a neutral party and it started working. And so when you come back, or now if you have the answer, I would love to hear like how you set that person up within the community to build that trust. Because I'm assuming that there was a lot of work that went into making that successful.
Yes.
Besides just saying, okay, we funded this position now.
Correct. A lot of work to ensure that there was a perception that was real, that the person was neutral. Now, there's always going to be some nuance around that as their education funds funding the position. But we would love to come back and talk about that model for sure, and give you more information. Or we're happy to talk about it offline too, because that's hopefully the model we want you all to replicate at your districts.
And when you think about scaling this, like what kind of sort of actionable advice can you give to LEAs about like putting those kinds of structures in place? I'm excited to hear more.
Yeah, we will come back and talk more about that, but definitely have a plan of how to scale, not just with districts, but with families as well as an equal partner along this journey. So not just the LEA scale up, but how do we scale up that family voice too? Invite us back, Dr. Hayes-White. The project was just announced literally last week, right, Director Calamise? I think it was last week we were finally announced. So we'll get funded in July. And so we would love to come back probably around this time next year just to talk about the project.
Who's next, Notch?
Thank you a million times. Thank you. I tried at some point to quantify the number of IEPs, like how many have I attended as an educator? There were too many zeros. It got a little, I abandoned the project. I've gone through facilitated IEP training. Like I've done it all as an educator, and I lost probably 75% of all of that information the first time I went to an IEP for my son. And it totally changed the way that I practice professionally, even down to the tiniest things. I would arrive in the office, and the more complicated IEPs get, the more people show up at the table, right? So I would arrive, I would sit in the office, I'd wait for the IEP, and one by one, I'd see principal, program specialist, coordinator, district director walk in the room all together for 10, 15 minutes before I came in. Little tiny things like that, right? When you talk about trust, when you talk about relationships, when you talk about feeling like you really have a place at the table, those things matter. And just like Commissioner Lopez said, had I had a parent partner or the internal neutral, my goodness, what a difference that would have made. And I think so often, again, going back to your comments about you shouldn't have to know how to work the system for the system to work for you. And if I was having so much difficulty with all of the knowledge that I've been, honored to collect over the years, every single meeting that I go into with my educator hat on, I wear my parent hat too. And so just wanted to lift up how important it is and what a game changer it's going to be. And especially if you think about, you can have
that trust breakdown in kindergarten. And then you're going through
School,
all the
infant.
Exactly. So thank you. I think it's brilliant. I'd very much like to hear a presentation like Commissioner Michaud asked for what it looks like a year from now, and just wanted to express my gratitude personally and professionally. Thank you. We are humbled to be here.
Who was next? Director Calamise, you wanted to say something.
I do, but I'll address it in my director's report right after you. So yeah.
We just want to thank you for having this interest. We went way beyond our time. We want to thank the chair and the director for allowing that. It is critical work, and we're here for it, and we can't wait to present more. There's tons of resources embedded in this, and you can contact me or Emily or Sue, any of us, and we will direct you to the right people in your own areas and or give you more information on how to replicate. Even before the resource lead starts, we are here at your as a resource to you now, starting now.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Lopez.
It's, one quick question. I'm not sure if you all would answer that, or Director Calamise. You mentioned early on that for those who apply the money that's available, why would any district not want to apply for such a wonderful program? Is it because it was really tough with all the questions, or is there like some oversight? I wouldn't know, but
I think almost so the grants, the statewide grants, the 15,000, right? So this is a little plea to you all, talk to your legislators. $15,000 each year for each SELPA is not enough for this work, right? No, barely gets us to the conference, but it doesn't matter because it starts to scale up the work. And the California Department of Education's unit in this area is phenomenal, and they make it so easy for us to achieve and get that money. I don't think there may be one or two SELPAs that didn't get the grant, maybe, and I would say it was probably because they didn't get the paperwork in time, or maybe they didn't have a SELPA director at the time. But this work is universally supported at the SELPA Association, SELPA director level. I looked at the grant list. I think there was almost 140.
Yeah, I think I just met with John Birch and his team, and
he's phenomenal.
His team's phenomenal, and there's complete transparency in how the grant amounts are allocated to the SELPAs. So they do that with the SELPA directors, and it's very easy process.
Yeah.
But I would completely agree with Veronica. Maybe it was just missed because of personnel change, but pretty much everyone in the state, the SELPAs get it.
But we would desire more funding in that area.
Ditto to that.
Thank you, SELPA administrators. We really appreciate you coming and sharing the wonderful work that you're doing on ADP, alternative dispute prevention. Commissioners, any further comments before I move on to the public? Hearing none. Public in the building, are there any requests to comment? Seeing none, can we please have the public comment slide up, please? I'll pause for a few bits. Right? Public, we need some comments. Or maybe Cars Plus can tell us what some family testimonials. I know you guys got some. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Lana Tejas again from CARS. I'm really impressed, and I know CARS is going to be looking into this more. I can't wait to hopefully we can collaborate. So huge. And I'm thinking about my own SELPA. I wish there was something like this. So just thank you for all the hard work and being pioneers in this area, because it is so needed. And we've said it a lot that I don't need to repeat, but I do look forward to working with you guys because I think it's awesome.
All right. Do we have any public commenters online? Beautiful.
Caller ending in 3787. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chairs Hayes White and ACSE committee members. I'm Patrick McGrew, and as a lead for the YOLO SELPA, I support the districts of Davis, Esparto, Washington, Winters, and Woodland, and the Yolo County Office of Education. The Alternative Dispute Resolution Grants Conference and ADR training and support that has been led and supported by our SELPA and state partners fills the need for special education dispute resolution without the need for costly lawyers to be involved. The ADR process allows parents and districts to work through disputes while maintaining positive relationships that ultimately benefit the students we serve and helps to prevent future disputes. Many families and districts and the districts in Yolo County have benefited from ADR practices, and many more will in the future. Thank you for highlighting this important topic in your meetings.
Thank you, caller.
Caller ending with 0426. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Hayes White and Commissioners. I am Ken Fallsgraf, board member from Acton Aguadose Unified. Thank you for placing this item on today's agenda. I am not sure the details, but the California State University System, the Family Empowerment Program, and our SELPA are combining to put out what are known as parent partners to assist parents in our area of North Los Angeles County. I hope that as we move out of the focus of how this will all work, we focus on efforts at work to introduce new customers to special education services, which are typically parents. Being available as a parent partner to support and inform a new parent early in the game will be far more effective than putting a smiling face in as a last-ditch effort to avoid a due process filing in an already contentious situation. Thank you, Commission, for your continued attention and to supporting funding for this program. And finally, thank you, Commissioner Lopez, for sharing the reality of your experiences, which are that of many parents. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Caller ending with 4136. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bené Loftus, and I'm the Administrator for the Antelope Valley SELPA and the past Chair and of the Executive Committee for the California SELPA Association. Thank you, Commissioners, for asking the SELPA Association to present on this important topic. Dispute prevention and resolution is critical to both our families and to the field. The Antelope Valley families and LEAs are greatly benefiting from the funds provided by both the CDE and our legislators to engage in this work. The Antelope Valley SELPA superintendents have focused on ensuring that we, the SELPA, are working in collaboration with our families and LEAs on dispute prevention. We look forward to the continued focus on dispute prevention and resolution, and are so happy to know that we have an ADR resource lead to support us in our efforts, and thank you. And the past board member speaker was from my SELPA, and I want to thank him for speaking up for this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Caller ending with 86 5-5, please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Hi, this is Aaron Benton from Butte County SELPA. I'm the SELPA director. And thank you, Dr. Hayes-White and commissioners for supporting this type of presentation and information. I sent you a newsletter from the association. I do communications work, and hopefully you had a chance to look at it. You saw the ADR conference is on the front page of the SELPA Impact newsletter, and that you had time to check out all the other work that we're doing. Commissioner Lopez was spot on. It is 100% about trust and rebuilding trust when it's lost. And in order to increase trust and transparency, we definitely need to lead in listening to our parents and what they have to say. So I just want to point out a couple of things on our SELPA website. We have some videos there, but also we did a podcast series last season. Season 1, episode 3 is on ADR, so you might want to listen to that. It's on our website under the Making It Happen podcast, the webpage of our website. The EDI committee, that's Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Committee of our association, also has been working on the theme of narrative empathy. And we continued this year with a student voice project that Dr. Hayes-White was in the room for, watching Butte County students, and I think she liked it. And we love the fact that you're adding student voice to the commission. Our parent voice video, though, is going to be out the first week of May, and we have 5 parents from San
Caller,
Francisco Unified
your time
SELPA
is
coming.
up. Caller ending with 4873, please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Greetings, Dr. Hayes-White, Director Calamise, and members of the ACSE board. My name is Laura Gonzalez. I'm the SELPA director for Yuba County. The work of alternative dispute prevention is 100% about trust. It's about the building of capacity of all IEP team members to know and understand the needs of students of whom they are planning for, the available resources, and the sheer grit and will to be able to implement that plan. The ADR funds have been instrumental in helping us foster stronger relationships with our parent partners through our local resource area known as Family Soup. They are a wonderful provider of services for our area and help advocate for families when they are ill-prepared at the IEP table. I just want to say thank you so much for the resources that are being granted to SELPAs. We are here to support you in this work. We believe in building partnerships and building in the capacity of everyone to be able to meet the needs of not just our students with disabilities, but everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller.
There are no more callers at this time.
All right. Thank you so much. We are ready to move into item number 12, Special Education Director's Report. Director Calamise will share with us an update regarding the latest activities within the division. Director Calamise, I'll pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Chair Hayes-White, and hello again, commissioners. And again, just wanted to thank all of our presenters today, and in particular our alternative dispute prevention leads as well. I cannot underscore just the importance of this work in California leading the charge, and I'm especially proud of the efforts over the years across the state. As someone who came from a different state and attended at that time, as I was a special ed administrator, attended an IEP meeting that was so contentious that an armed Chicago police officer was in the meeting, right? And so, again, should not have to resort to those efforts to sort of keep the peace and keep the focus on students. And I'm really proud here in California that we have such strong efforts to resolve issues at the table, preserve relationships, and really keep the focus on student and student progress as well. So again, just thank you and super proud. I would be remiss without mentioning some data. And I think really sort of underscoring the need for these type of efforts across the state. So just so you know, in the 2021-2022 school year, there were 807 state complaints. These are formal state complaints that CDE received. This year, as of March, there were 740. So we are on pace to eclipse last year's numbers. Within those complaints, in the 2021-2022 school year, there were 1,716 allegations. So individual sort of allegations of violations of IDEA in that process. This year, there are 1,580. So you can see our numbers, unfortunately, have been trending in a direction that we want to make sure we are providing any and all opportunities to address and resolve, disagreements at the IEP table prior to them progressing to state complaints, due process, mediation, et cetera, as well. So again, just a huge thank you. But again, happy to come back and talk a little bit more about our dispute resolution system. But again, it does underscore the need and the importance across the state. So I'll provide some division updates, and then I'll span the three sort of budget years and the overlapping projects, and then round out with legislation. I do want to be mindful of time and the additional topics that will be addressed today as well. In terms of division updates, first and foremost, wanted to let you all know the Differentiated Monitoring and Support 2.0, or DMS, is a monitoring process that is conducted by the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP, out of the U.S. Department of Education. I mention this because California has been picked, luckily, as we'll be receiving a visit from OSEP in the 2025-2026 school years. Okay, prior to that visit, and actually a couple of weeks ago, we kicked off our preparation for that visit, as it does take time to prepare, and we're going to utilize these next couple of years to ensure that we are fully prepared for their visit. Included in a component of that visit is a discussion with the Advisory Council on Special Education. So the Office of Special Education Programs will be visiting CDE and will be engaging with the Commission as well. So as that time approaches, we'll also be spending some time with you all preparing for that visit as well. Their protocols and all their sort of tools are actually on the OSEP website. And so, what we're doing is we've participated in some mock audits and some system levels review to determine areas in which we need to focus and strengthen across the board as well. So looking forward to that visit. We're looking, as an opportunity for us to continue to improve our oversight and our monitoring and our support that we're offering to the field. But I did want to mention that those preparation activities have begun, and that the ACSE will be involved in that visit in the 25-26 school year as well. Family empowerment centers. So I think, again, this sort of goes a little bit along with the alternative dispute prevention conversation. Again, really proud of our expansion that the Family Empowerment Centers over the past couple of budget cycles has allowed the California Department of Education to expand Family Empowerment Centers across the state. Family Empowerment Centers were established in 2001 to serve a critical need, to provide support, peer-to-peer support to families with children with disabilities from ages 3 to 22. In 2001, there were 12 across the state. Do the math, not enough, right? So we were left with regions that our parents did not have options to receive critical resources and training in regards to the support for their student with a disability. 2006, 2 more were added. And then 2021, 13, 2022, 9, and then 2023 and 24, 5 more. So over the past decade, we've gone from 12 to 41. This means that every single region within the state of California will have a family empowerment center, meaning parents and families will have a local support option and available to them to receive critical training and resources and support so that they are indeed empowered and meaningful participants as well. And again, this expansion was made possible by the budget acts over the past couple of years and the commitment from our administration to ensuring parents are effective partners as well. Ensuring a successful expansion is something that we are focusing on within our division. And so we do have training right now for our family empowerment centers, new ones that are being onboarded. And so they are not only receiving sort of peer mentorship support from established centers as well, but also training and support from the California Department of Education, as well as our Seeds of Partnership partners as well. In addition to that, we are rolling out our data system in July of 2023, and I think that's critical as well, that we collect data around family empowerment centers from who's accessing and what for and why, and so that we can continue to meet the needs of our state. And so more to come on that as well. And might I suggest a future topic of conversation and discussion as well, to really talk about, the expansion efforts and how's it going in future meetings as well. LEA annual determinations. So in March, LEAs across the state received a letter from the California Department of Education as a part of our required activities to designate our LEAs in terms of their monitoring tiers, right? So those districts that were designated as needing targeted supports or intensive supports, went through a series of sort of training webinars about what is my tier, what does it mean, what are my required activities. Associate Director Duncan Bessaril yesterday mentioned the SIM, or the Compliant Improvement Monitoring System as well. And so these determinations go hand in hand with the SIM. So I think coming back for a future presentation, we'll really talk about from the time LEAs received that letter to when they received their designation and how that sort of plays into the SIM, I think will be, a really sort of helpful picture in terms of how the California Department of Education and our technical assistance providers provide support as well. But I want to let you know that districts that have been designated as target or intensive are beginning and getting a sort of a runway for looking at their data and developing their plans. Division priority setting and strategic planning. So we are continuing our conversations internally around priority setting and strategic planning. Again, Associate Director Bessaril mentioned it yesterday. We are developing a logic model, and these documents will be public facing. Probably by the fall at this point, but really sort of three key phrases that you will begin to hear over and over again is the right placement, high quality instruction, and the right supports, right? And so for those sort of three things is really sort of the guiding principles of our work. We'll begin to share with you for feedback and input as well in terms of our priorities and how we see our work moving forward as well. Next, I wanted to talk about the IDEA Part B application. That application was, so that the public comment of that application was announced in March. In late March, it went out on our listservs to let the field and the public know that our IDEA Part B application, which is how we receive the funds from the federal government, is up for public comment. So currently, the public comment lasts through May 1st as well. And we do have our several sections of that application posted on our website. And so we must submit that application to OSET by May 24th. And so again, that public comment does go through May 1st. We do have our sort of our certifications, our assurances online, as well as a description of the use of funds. And then also how we are meeting the requirements of IDEA as well as the state. So again, that is posted and live. budget updates from a couple of years ago. So these are sort of the last two over the hump. The non-public schools or NPS study, that work has officially launched and has begun. I think it'll be critical in coming meetings as this work progresses that we do have our partners at West Ed who are leading this work come and provide a presentation on sort of their findings. I should say findings, but what they're sort of discovering as this work progresses. To remind you, the study is looking at sort of the state of the state, if you will, of non-public schools across the state of California and across the country as well. So again, a state scan, a national scan, and then also a dive into everything from decisions that are made at the IEP team table to also sort of CDE's oversight and certification process, outcomes for students, right? How are students that are being placed in facilities, both in-state and out-of-state, are doing, as well as opportunities to expand options in California. And I think that's really important to note that California does place, along with other states, a fair amount of students in out-of-state facilities as well. I believe that number's right around 500 or so, don't quote me, but around there, and all across the country, Florida, Utah, New York, Texas, Missouri, right? And we're talking students as young as 9, being away from home, away from community, away from peers to be educated. So again, developing sort of local California-based solutions will certainly be a topic of conversation. Last of the budget year, this is the straggler, is the IEP facilitation RFP. So again, going with some of our ADP work, facilitated IEPs, and the study will determine what would it take to establish a facilitated IEP network within the state of California. So again, neutral trained facilitators that would be available free of charge to attend and help facilitate difficult IEP meetings. So again, we have gone out twice for bid. We have had unsuccessful bidders. So we are currently in dialogue with our partners at the legislature on creative ways to get this project up and running and out the door. There is a commitment to keep this project. So again, we will hopefully go back out for bid with a different approach to ensure that this critical piece of the work continues as well. Last year, budget updates, the LCAP addendum, so the sort of local control accountability plans. There was a call for a special education addendum to that to ensure inclusive planning for all school efforts in terms of improving the outcomes for all students, including students with disabilities, so that school improvement efforts are not isolated or created in isolation, absent of special education. That work continues as well. We are continuing to meet with several of our other state agencies and state bodies to really sort of envision and imagine what that addendum would look like, and merely not have it be just an add-on, but actually that we can see evidence of planning that includes students with disabilities in entire whole school efforts as well. So again, happy to provide updates as that work progresses, but we do continue to discuss how and what that will look like that will encourage meaningful participation. Alternative pathway. So this pathway is one in which the students who are not eligible to take the California Alternative Assessment. So we are talking about sort of the bulk of our students with disabilities in California, that they have an option and a pathway to provide sort of alternative sort of courses in a sequence of courses that allow them to show and demonstrate mastery and learning in a way that is meaningful for them. So think about back to this UDL presentation, right, that you heard earlier. And so having a sort of a pathway that can be adapted and tailored so that students who can show mastery and learning in different ways, that's captured, accommodated, and recognized, that they're able to move on and progress throughout their high school years. And I think those of us in the room who have been sort of former middle and high school teachers, we know algebra tends to be an area where students really struggle oftentimes. And sometimes that algebra struggle can end up in disengagement from school altogether, or just struggling and behaviors and things like that. And so, the focus of, the potential focus of this work is really starting with sort of algebra. And so we're engaging with everyone from, the gen ed side of the house, if you will, career, technical education, our counselors across the state. So truly a multidisciplinary group to ensure and establish, courses and materials that educators can use to provide, I think a meaningful experience for students as well. The last one is one in which I will preface and Commissioner Sorter and Commissioner Notch are you're giggling, but I appreciate your engagement and involvement in this work in partnership with CDE as well as our SELPA partners across the state, as well as our California Transition Alliance. This has been and will be a continuing conversation and an effort across our state to continue to refine our approach and our guidance to the field. We know that there are questions, there are concerns regarding sort of the implementation and the rollout, and we know that we are, working hard to refine sort of our approach and guidance. And so a couple of weeks ago, our team met with a small group of individuals, SELPA representatives, California Transition Alliance, and some others to ensure that we are striking the right balance and tone and getting the information out that is relevant, timely, and meaningful. So again, look for a series of FAQs along with additional resources as well to address, I think, some of the continuing questions around sort of what does this mean in current context for students to be able to take advantage of this pathway, for our students that are eligible for the alternative assessment, that they are able to essentially earn a high school diploma as well. So stay tuned for that. There's a lot more to talk about there. There's a lot more to dig in to. And again, happy to come back and talk a little bit about, some of the issues that we're wrestling with, but also know that we'll be pushing out an FAQ very soon, and then opportunities to continue the conversation across the state as well. This year's budget it really centers SELPA and funding and accountability. And so this year's proposal, really sort of the first bullet here is the one that has been the subject of sort of various hearings across the street, and really sort of limiting or sort of capping the amount of funding that SELPA can retain for these non-direct student services before allocating to their member districts. We've had 2 hearings thus far on the topic. There will be quite a few sort of areas of topic of discussion, I think, sort of going forward in terms of sort of, how do we operationalize this, CDE's role in this process, and really sort of the overall intent. And so there have been, I think, some really sort of fruitful discussions around areas such as declining enrollment, and also areas in terms of, how do we ensure that we're sort of capturing the right data, and when we're talking about looking at sort of this sort of funding and accountability model. So again, it's a very interesting proposal for sure. Certainly, we'll be engaging in conversation and dialogue along with our State SELPA Association as well, along with our counterparts across the street as well. And we'll see where this proposal takes us to May as well. So the other 2, again, stabilizing by moratorium on single district SELPAs through 26, and then also posting the local plan on our website as well. All right. Last little bit is legislation. So I think, as mentioned before in other parts of the meeting, we are tracking and weighing in on several pieces of key legislation this year. We have had quite a bit of activity. As you know, there are many bills this year, and certainly a lot of legislation regarding students with disabilities. And so AB 438 is really regarding transition services. It's a repeat of last year's sort of lowering the age of transition from 16 to 14. That did not make it across the hurdle last year. So this bill is back this year. And so again, we are watching and tracking that one as it progresses as well. 483, prone restraint. We know that prone restraint brings risks. We know the sort of horrible outcomes that prone restraint can bring, both obviously to student and to staff. And so there is a bill to ban prone restraint in the state of California, much like other states have done across the country as well. So again, we will be watching this one. AB 611, MPS parent notification. This bill would require LEAs to notify parents within 14 days of a change and the certification status of a non-public school. Really, the intent is behind parent sort of involvement, input, and awareness building. And so, I think, many LEAs naturally involve would loop parents in, but ensuring that parents are aware of a change in the certification status for an NPS, particularly around the areas of either suspension or revocation, right? And I think this is in response to, I think, some of the critical and concerning issues that occur, unfortunately, both in state and out of state in our non-public schools and facilities. So again, would require LEAs to notify parents within 14 days of a change in that certification status. 1340, accountability data posting. So this would require the CDE to post disaggregated sort of data for students with IEPs in terms of sort of performance and disability category, again, to encourage conversations around improving outcomes for students with disabilities. This data typically is already publicly available, but I think in the way in which this will be captured will allow sort of a snapshot in terms of how our students are performing by disability category, by grade, by et cetera, so that we can have more meaningful conversations around the state around how we are doing and improving outcomes. 354, UDL and inclusive practices. A little bit of a repeat of SB 1113 from last year. And so again, centering universal design for learning and inclusive practices, and ensuring that all of our school staff, including our gen ed partners, are equipped in UDL practices and universal design for learning, and have a solid foundation of inclusive practices and can support our workforce and school sites across the state. School safety plans is the next one, and this one again is one in which the needs of students with disabilities would be captured in overall sort of school-wide emergency and safety plans. And unfortunately, given some of the recent events across the country in terms of school incidences happening, that we have all relevant school staff are aware of the needs and the accommodations for our students with disabilities, and particularly those who might need accommodations for mobility, for sound, for noise, for et cetera, so that we have school staff that is equipped and aware of how to meet the needs in the case of a school emergency. The last one is a state superintendent of public instruction has signed on to this bill and is supporting this bill, as well as SB 691, which you've heard about, dyslexia screening. And so again, State Board of Ed would be required to develop an approved list of screeners to be utilized at the K-2 level for all students, so that, again, appropriate interventions and supports can be provided to those students that are exhibiting some gaps as well. And again, we know early prevention is key. We know that other states across the country have already sort of pushed this legislation out and are moving forward. And so certainly California, we are certainly tracking and wanting to ensure that we are supporting our youngest learners as well, and providing them the supports they need to mitigate the potential impacts of any disabilities they may have, or address any learning concerns as well. So That concludes my presentation. I tried to keep it and keep y'all on schedule somewhat, but certainly very busy, and appreciate the work of the commission and the partnership, and look forward to, I think, future conversations on some of this work in terms of non-public school studies and our family empowerment centers, and really how we can be great champions and thought partners in the work. So thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Calamise. I have maybe two, and then I'm gonna open up the floor. The first is the alternate diploma. Can you go a little deeper about what's going on with that?
Right. So if you look at, and I don't actually have trust me, you don't want me to get on this computer and look at and try to toggle and get to the language itself, but there's quite a bit of leeway within the language, and I think the desire and I think the need is to provide additional guidance to our local education agencies on addressing issues such as helping sort of figure out what does alignment mean. Right, those sort of questions around if students are taking are on an alternate curriculum, is that aligned to the state level standards and things like that. Also, looking at the language notes that this is eligible for students by their 10th grade year. So we are looking at and in the conversation currently around students that are 11th and 12th grade. What does that mean for them right now? Also, the data reporting piece of it, how are districts supposed to report this data in our CalPAD system as well. And so, I think for us, it's really sort of bringing some shape and some body and some guardrails so that we have a sort of an even understanding and application across the state, so that just because a student resides in X district across the street, they're going to get a sort of a different response and a pathway and approach, or an opportunity perhaps than a student that's in a neighboring district as well. So we want to make sure that there's sort of a solid understanding across the state in terms of some of the areas that in resources, I think, as well, so that folks again have a common understanding and a solid way of implementation across the board.
Okay, and my next question is, I know we've been talking about viewership. Can you add a piece on viewership for our meetings so we'll know if we are increasing our viewership? Do you have a report on that for our February meeting?
I do, but it's at that computer. I can get it. I have it. So as soon as I go back over there and sit down, I can provide it for you in terms of viewership on day 1 and day 2. I do have that. Yes.
Good. And then can we keep that as a trend?
Absolutely.
Okay. Commissioners Notch, then Graf, and Oyakawa. Okay.
Thank you so much for the update. I feel like you've earned one of those buy 5 frozen yogurts, get the 6th one free punch cards. So instead of asking a question about alt pathways, I'll just offer a thought for consideration, and then I'll surprise you by having a comment on something that's totally not related at all to alt pathways. So I know with AB 154 and AB 181 being similar but different, distinguishing them in the language is difficult and confusing. One of the things that my colleagues and I have really been talking about is actually explicitly not saying alternate diploma, which I know has also been a message of CDE and the division. One consideration that we've been talking about at my county office as we're doing board policy revision is we discovered we have 3 different board policies around graduation options, which is kind of silly and confusing. And so we're putting everything together into one, like here are the menu of options for graduation. I'm wondering if as you're pushing out FAQs and kind of rounding out some of these pieces, if it could be alt pathways, and then there's different kind of distinguishing roads to take.
Absolutely. And so the visual, so thank you for that suggestion, because I think the visual will help, right? Because we know there are multiple pathways, even outside of this pathway, right, within the state of California for sort of this alternate diploma that's defined by ESSA. And so I think, well taken. And certainly in the FAQs, we do sort of distinguish between these two very similar, but also very different sort of things happening right now. But I think you're right around just sort of a map or a visual will be helpful. So thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you for considering. And the other one is, I just accidentally deleted. Do you mind going to your legislation slide so I can make sure I'm referring to it? We had a really robust conversation at the last SECO meeting around the school safety plans. I don't know which number that is, or if you can just call it out if you have it.
323.
323. So one of the concerns that we wanted to make sure was being, thank you, voiced in the field or from the field is that there's absolutely a need, unfortunately, for more specificity and more training around considering students with disabilities in the safety plans. The concern is in execution. You know where I'm going. I'm going to start another punch card every time Heather knows where I'm going, or Director Calamese, so sorry. So we don't want it to be a siloed separate plan that lives outside. Our suggestion was if it could be embedded into an updated tactical portion that's not public facing. Awesome. I'll just stop and let you.
I think that's the intent. Like this is not sort of the public facing, but this is the internal, should an emergency happen, the school knows how to respond.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So.
But not something that's separate where there's a filing cabinet where these are all the plans for the students, but in the one.
Correct.
Perfect.
And with the identification and our recommendations, that is identifying the key staff members that are responsible as well. So, but yeah, I think we're thinking alike in that way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. It's me. It's my turn. You never quite know where the questions are coming from. And I'm probably going to start wearing a label around my neck about community schools.
Yep.
Here she goes again. But I do have a couple of questions about community schools. Well, one is, did the superintendent get back to you as he said he would by the end of yesterday regarding, and I know you're just the messenger, so I just thought maybe he got back to you. Maybe there's a way to remind him to get back to us about answering our question. And then the second one is, what is the role of the division related to community schools and inclusion? Because we just think it's the best way to move forward to promote that.
Great question. So to answer your first question, I will be following up shortly and looping back with this commission. But certainly, thank you for that as well. I think our division's involvement into the community schools first and foremost has been in sort of the application process, and so we've been looking at some of our indicators, certainly indicator 3 performance metrics across the board, but also, looking at those that apply in terms of, sort of disproportionality indicators 9 and 10. And so just sort of getting a holistic snapshots of the individual LEAs that apply and sort of where they sit in terms of performance with students as well. I think the next step, though, for us is to continue to dialogue with Deputy Superintendent Zimmer's unit, our sort of department, our division as well, to, I think for us, learn on the ground and would love to do some crosswork with our particularly our focus monitoring and technical assistance units, because I'm sure, again, there's overlap, right, in between some of these community schools and looking at some of their monitoring tiers and supports they have and identifying promising practices as well, because we know community schools is a great opportunity to create inclusive environments that meet the needs of the entire whole student and certainly the students with disabilities. So the next step for us is to dig deeper into the work with Deputy Superintendent Zimmer as well.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could just follow up, I mean, it's possible that some of the LEAs need some technical assistance, professional development, even like with regard to the UDL presentation. That would be a great place to start, as well as in other areas as well. So instead of retrofitting after the fact when they do their plan, to say, let's do it at the front end. So
as well, I want to add, and I think these are great points, and also sort of the other sort of initiative is expanded learning, right? And so the opportunity there. So I think coupled with both of those, there is, I think, great promise. So more work to come and to do.
Commissioner Graff, can you please remind me what that question is so I can follow up also?
the question with the superintendent, it really did relate to where is inclusion within the community schools work. And he, I think, was probably going to follow up with the deputy superintendent and then get back to us.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez, who's next? Okay, Lopez, then Oikawa.
Thank you, Director Calamise. A wealth of information always. And I believe all of my fellow commissioners here feel the same way that I do in terms of all kiddos have the right to a diploma. And I wish I was part of that table committee, and but I speak on behalf of not just myself and my daughter, but all of the other parents that are working hard right now already have to fully include their student, child, and to take all the appropriate classes. I myself made sure my daughter was in all the appropriate classes and met with the counselors to make sure today that she has, even as she transitioned into after high school last year. We're hoping that at that table we're discussing to grandfather in some of those who have made sacrifices and maybe didn't get all of the modified curriculum to the level that it should have been, and hoping that their dreams will come true in having a diploma of some sort, whatever that looks like, whether it takes a year or 5 years. Some of us wouldn't check that box for a certificate and fought to the very end. And I never checked that box. Somebody must have checked it for me and I said, uncheck it. So, but I know there's other parents like me and my daughter who say, I'm going to have a diploma and I'm going to go to college, and whatever that looks like for them. So I thought I'd express my thoughts for all those who are thinking the same thing. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Oyakawa.
Just a couple of things. First, I think for me, at least, the acronym of the day was UDL. And after our presentation earlier, just thinking of community programs, community schools, like we start with UDL, like you said, set it up right. We don't need to patch it later. Same thing with the school safety plan. Like you don't separate, you don't have maybe one plan can cover universally, all the needs that might come up. Maybe you might want to revise, tailor it to particular needs of certain students that come in. But I think that, this whole concept really should apply across the board for so many of these areas, just reading this list of legislation. So I'm excited that we got that presentation, and I hope that everyone carries it, to the next level. And then my second, so I guess that was a comment. I guess they're both comments. I don't have a question yet, or this is a question too. So, ACSE, we're an advisory commission. And so I wonder, when we get these legislation updates, which I'm really grateful for, because I don't get all this information. I don't know what the listserv I'm not on to get all of this, but when are we advising? Like, when do we say this piece of legislation is important as a commission that we want to say, please pass this? And so I wasn't here yesterday. Maybe it was
we talked about it yesterday with legend policy.
So sorry I wasn't here. But I would like to, there's some that I have a personal interest in some of these, and I think as a commission, maybe we can find consensus on particular bills that are coming forward that we would really like to support. And I think as a group we have more power than just as individuals, and this is what I think part of our charge is, right? So that's my other question or comment.
Yes, and so I think to your first comment, really around whether it's school safety plans or universal design for learning, I think, one of the themes that we've heard since, 2015 is one system, all students, right? And so really keeping those efforts alive and moving forward, and they are. But again, the need, we see still, obviously, in the work that needs to be done is really one system, and that could be a variety of different, you can take that any way you want, but really that we have, whether it's policies and procedures and practices that support all, including students with disabilities as well. So, I think, you're absolutely right. And even the conversations that you had with the previous presentation, I think yesterday it was said, and Commissioner Notch, please correct me if I'm wrong, but just sort of develop the Legend Policy Committee developing some sort of priorities as well for the year and areas of focus, and can provide advisement and weigh in on matters directly to advise the State Superintendent of Public Instruction would be your role. And certainly I know that was discussed yesterday, and certainly a desire of the Commission moving forward, and obviously we would support that as well.
Yes, you captured it really well. One thing that we didn't talk about yesterday that I wanted to offer is that in our work in Legend Policy Committee, Commissioner Tostin and I have talked a lot about being supports to the department as well, in that I'm sure I don't have to tell you that sometimes the language is not specific enough when it's going through, and there are things that are in practice not thought of when statute language is being written out. So the school safety plans example is one, but if there's anything that are department priorities where you want us to help amplify, please also think about XYZ for what it looks like in practice to make the department's job easier in supporting the LEAs in doing whatever the follow-up work is. We would love to be voices for that as well.
Likewise. So I agree. Yeah.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm really excited for the FAQs for the alternative diploma track, mainly because I'm fielding a lot of questions from regional centers right now around that work. And so I know that will allay a lot of questions and concerns. And so if we could also push that out to my department, that would be really great to push on out. And also just kind of what you alluded to in terms of students beyond 10th grade. We have a lot of high intense needs students that we serve in both departments. And so those that have large gaps in schooling, what will happen to them, not just necessarily the 11th and 12th graders now, but students who may not be in school in 10th grade because of they're being very transient in their living arrangements. And so how do we address that ongoing would be really helpful in the FAQs.
Thank you.
Commissioner Graff.
Sorry, I do have one more question. I attended the American Educational Research Association conference last week, and there were several very powerful panels about the effects of COVID in education and school. And in one session in particular, it talked about the number of kids that are missing that we can't find. We don't know where they are. And they talked about, students who are in, vulnerable populations, but very rarely did students with disabilities pop up in the conversation. But we know there are a lot that are missing. We can't find. Can you speak to that in terms of what the department is doing in terms of trying to find these kids and have any idea where they are and what happened to them?
Right. And, we did have representatives from the special education division participate in a department-wide conversation on chronic absenteeism, and particularly as it relates to the impacts from COVID, and know that we have students that, still have sort of yet to return to an educational setting. In terms of the specific of where they are, I don't have that handy, though I do suspect. Those students are still at home. We know that many parents decided to sort of provide their students' education at home for a variety of different reasons as well. But certainly there are other factors as well. So the department does have sort of this working group and is working with local education agencies on strategies and outreach, right, to reach parents and get out into communities to find and locate students. So we did have representatives from the special education division at that table, and will continue to do so as well. But absolutely right, and we know that unfortunately we do have students with significant needs that are not in school, which is extremely concerning and critical that we locate, find, and offer that free appropriate public education that they're entitled to do so. Yeah. So I can come back with a little more information for you, but please know that we were involved in those conversations.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further comments? Okay, so I'm going to let Director Calamise come back and give us a viewership report from up here, and then I will offer the public in the building to make a comment if they want. All right. And then can we please have the public comment slide on the screen? We have a public commenter in the building. I pass the mic to you.
Hi, good afternoon. Veronica Coates, Tehama County, SELPA. I've talked a lot today. Thank you, Director Calamise, for your report. We would like to formally thank her as well for her work and partnership from the SELPA Association with the Alternative Pathways to Diploma. It's been a long process, and we are eager to support the voice of also Commissioner Lopez. We love what you said, so thank you. Additionally, I would like to bring your attention to one of the items that Director Calamise discussed in her report about the SELPA cap in funding. And just how it would be absolutely detrimental personally to my own SELPA. We at the SELPA operate the vast majority of the services, specifically for low incidence services, all of mental health services, many of the specialized academic instruction services, school psychology services, almost all of the services for our small districts. And that cap in funding could potentially limit that access as it's trying to solve a problem I'm unsure of ensuring that districts are funded before the SELPA. In our model, our SELPA is funded first because we operate the programs. So this cap in funding would absolutely obstruct that relationship. It would harm my students and families. And I urge you to look at the Legislative Analyst's Office report on this recommendation. And there is a movement to reject this recommendation in the budget. And I would also say, as commissioners, I would have questions. I would be asking questions. What is this problem trying to solve? And if it is indeed SELPA services, then let's look at that. Or is it high cost pools to attorneys? Let's look at that. Let's look at the real problem instead of doing something that's actually going to harm students. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public commenters? Thank you.
Caller ending in 3787, please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hayes White and ACSE committee members. I'm Patrick McGrew, Assistant Superintendent for the Yellow SELPA for the final time this afternoon. In terms of the proposed budget for special education and its trailer bill language, we support the COLA for special education, but we're in strong opposition to the SELPA administrative fee cap. The SELPA administrative fee cap would nullify Yolo County's local plan that we carefully developed with input and approval from our parents, staff, and superintendent to meet the unique needs of our districts and all of our students in Yolo County. I appreciate Director Calamise's recognition of the issues this trailer bill language creates, and we strongly support the LAO's recommendation to reject this trailer bill language that would create unnecessary financial shortfalls and does nothing to help students. If enacted as written, the current proposal would create a $1.1 million deficit for Yolo County based on our most recent estimates. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, caller.
Caller ending in 8655. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. It's me again, Aaron Benson from Butte County, SELPA, and I just want to thank you for the presentation of Dr. Calamese. Some of the things she mentioned are really of utmost concern to us. We've presented to you about the ERMS or mental health services funding shifts, and programs are currently being dismantled due to last year's trailer bill language, and we're asking you to intervene as a commission to advocate for a pause on these funding shifts. We presented on it a couple of months back, and we actually have a podcast on it now for you to listen to as well. And second, the administration continues to insert itself into the local decision-making of superintendents with new trailer bill language this year about an administrative fee cap, which we strongly oppose, and we ask you to do the same. It's impossible for most SELPAs to comply with the language as written, and in our SELPA, it would create a $1.3 million shortfall. Finally, we ask the Commission to take an official support position on SB 354, Ochoa Bogue, on inclusion, and AB 1517, Gallagher, on special education governance. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, caller.
Caller ending with 8553. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Casey Allen. I'm a parent in Red Bluff in Northern California. My student has deaf and hard of hearing needs, and I'm calling to voice my concerns in opposition to the governor's budget proposal of a cap in SELPA funding. We live in a very rural area in the far north part of the state, and our SELPA operates almost all of the special education services for our county, including deaf and hard of hearing services. If the SELPA board did not pull their money together to operate this program, my child would not have access to a program that has taught her ASL, provided her with an interpreter, and given her access to deaf peers, which has greatly built her confidence and encouraged her to wear her assistive hearing devices. She's currently in a regional program, fully inclusive, with access to all of that due to my SELPA. If they did not have this, my daughter would get limited access to this level of support, or would have to live outside her community and go to the school for the deaf close to 300 miles away from her family and community. That is unfair and not in the best interest of students with disabilities in our area. The SELPA cap would have unintended consequences and harm my child and many students in my SELPA and any SELPA who pulls their money to service students. Please oppose this harmful proposal and seek alternative options.
Thank you, caller.
Caller ending with 4136. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Benay Loftus, and I'm the Administrator for the Antelope Valley SELPA and the past Chair for the Executive Committee of the California SELPA Association. I want to express concerns regarding the Governor's proposal that Director Calamese referenced related to the SELPA cap on funding retained at the SELPA level. The trailer bill language would, around this, indicate SELPAs would need to send our LEAs as much funding in next year as we have sent them this current year. And this would include an inflation factor with both declining enrollment and if SELPAs and special education funding's receipt of a COLA, which it definitely should receive, the Antelope Valley SELPA projects that we would be unable to meet this requirement and would have approximately $4.5 million deficit. I ask that you ask for clarification regarding the intent of this proposal and accept the LAO's proposal to reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
And there are no more callers for this item.
Thank you. All right. We are now going to move right on into item number 13. Commissioner, State Board of Education, and Director of State Special School Liaison reports. Why don't we begin with our liaison from the State Board of Education to give her report? State Board member, I pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Hayes White. Is everyone okay if I'm here? Okay. So again, my name is Allison Yoshimoto Tauri. I'm your liaison to the State Board of Education, and which is basically a bridge between this advisory commission and the State Board of Education. So in today's update, I'll give you some brief summary points from the March meeting. In particular, 3 items I wanted to mention. The first of the 3 items was a study session that we began with for State Board of Education on assessments. And so Deb Sigmund from West Ed facilitated a session in which she provided board members with information on California's assessment system, but also, more importantly, engaging trends across the country and practices focused not only on traditional standardized assessments, but other ways of assessing what students know and can do. And so that was held on this side of the boardroom, where we had a chance to not be at the dais and actually, sit and discuss and talk and with chart paper. And so that may be of interest to you. The second item is what we call a mega item. And that comes before the board in March in preparation for the dashboard work that happens between now and December. And there were 2 English learner items on that in that section, which is the English learner progress indicator. And the board recommended having a study session on that. That's what's called the ELPI, the English learner progress indicator. And the other is that the California Department of Education shared that many schools this year were identified for additional targeted support and improvement based on their English learner student performance. And where I think that's relevant to this commission is that many of our English learners are also students with disabilities. And so there's much overlap there in terms of support needed. The next in the same item was exploring a multiple extended year graduation rate for the graduation rate indicator that would apply to all schools in a way that wouldn't hinder the way we calculate graduation rates for our alternative schools, or what we call our DASS, Dashboard Alternative School Status schools, from demonstrating their progress. Another in this mega indicator was, again, relevant to the ACSE, I believe, is the updates in regard to the college and career indicator. So number 1, the California Department of Education is exploring new career measures, 4 of them: internships, student-led enterprise, simulated work-based learning, and armed services vocational aptitude battery, to determine if they would meet validity requirements for California's college and career indicator, otherwise known as CCI. The second is seeking input on expanding work-based learning opportunities and activities within schools, and then to determine if additional definition, guidance, or changes are needed in the work-based learning activities for students. And then finally, to develop a new civic engagement measure, seeking feedback on the industry certification measure and what that might look like for students, which is also connected to the state seal of civic engagement for students as well. So as we think about our students with learning differences and disabilities, we want to be sure that there's fair input on that process for identifying students who could be eligible for those different college and career indicators and the state seal of civic engagement. The department's also focusing on how least restrictive environment data could be added to the 2023 dashboard, and is, in addition, in a separate item, we'll be seeking feedback on how to include teacher assignment data also on the dashboard. And then finally, in that same item, the last thing I want to mention is student growth data. Student level growth model data is anticipated fall of 2024. based on 3 previous years worth of data. So the California Department of Education intends to gather feedback on the growth of data, how the growth data will be displayed on the dashboard for the public to see. And then the final item, the last of the third that I want to mention today, is that the board also considered changes to the local indicator self-reflection tool for school climate. And that's also important because we approved changes as a board that will require LEAs to consider school climate survey annually, so each year, and that the climate data be disaggregated by student group, which can be tell important things to school leaders about how students feel on campus. And to also include introductory information about the importance of school climate and how to use that data for planning purposes. The last thing I just want to say is yesterday, as we were having the conversation here in the Advisory Commission about the December meeting, to advise the state board in time for the state board's January meeting, where the annual performance review comes to the state board every January. I look forward to working with you to ensure that here at the advisory, we have an opportunity to have enough context and sort of a broad forecast of the annual State Board of Education sort of calendar. Some items come on a cadence in time for you to give just-in-time feedback to the state board on those important items. And so some of the things I mentioned today, I know as you have your agenda item 16, as you think about future agenda items on the advisory schedule, and I again would like to work with you just so that you're able to perform your important responsibility of giving feedback just in time that's been imparted upon you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Yashimoto Tawari. And yes, we want to work with you to make sure that we're coordinating everything that we need to provide information to you to liaison back to SPE. And that is our ultimate goal. Can we please have Director Johnson go next?
Yes, I'm Melanie Johnson. I'm the director at the Diagnostic Center in Fresno, and I'm here sitting in for Dr. Nancy Liebach-Alman, who couldn't be here today. So I'm going to report out a few updates related to the state special schools. I'm going to add on services because I always think diagnostic centers are sort of like that services part. So I want to briefly talk about a few things that are upcoming for the 3 diagnostic centers and also provide some updates on outreach activities for our California School for the Blind. There's some pretty exciting things going on there that Superintendent Gina Willette wanted me to share with you today. And as I mentioned yesterday, and as many of you already know, the diagnostic centers provide primarily 3 services. One is student assessment, the other is professional development, and the other is technical assistance projects. So I know I don't have a lot of time today, but I did want to mention that we are always accepting referrals for student assessments. The best way to go about making a referral would be to refer to our websites. And I'm probably going to say that a few times because all 3 diagnostic centers, we all do the same thing. We all have the same mission, but we don't have exactly the same procedures. So it's good to go to the website of the particular diagnostic center that's within the geographic region of where your school district is located. And that would be the case for professional development trainings as well. So the next thing I want to talk about is that all the 3 centers at this time of year in the spring is pretty busy. We are in the process of updating our professional development manuals. They should be posted probably on our websites about at least by May. I know we're all working really hard on it, and It's been really interesting being here and having this opportunity to be here and listening to all the issues surrounding Section 508, making our electronic documents and web-based items fully accessible. And that has been definitely, when we talk about having the student commissioners coming on board, and then thinking about how everybody here is going to be, striving to learn how to make those documents accessible. I can tell you it's not really that easy. And that's one of the things that kind of delays us, because we don't have a lot of staff. We're all the diagnostic centers are pretty small. And we have different levels of technological skills on, each site. So the professional development manual is definitely a work in progress. This year, we should probably, all 3 sites should have theirs posted by May. So keep checking our websites to see what is available. We have some of the topics, in case some of you aren't familiar with our topics. They can change, and they are actually based upon what the needs of our catchment areas are. But we are offering lots of great opportunities in the area of science of reading, dyslexia training series, mental health, behavioral supports, paraprofessional support. And also all 3 centers offer certificate programs in assistive technology and augmentative and alternative communication. And we have lots of different options for those topics. One thing that I'm very excited about with the Diagnostic Center Central, since I'm here and I can kind of toot my own horn, we started our Science of Reading Academies the fall of 2020. It's sort of like that silver lining of the pandemic of what can we do and what can we get started now that we're not able to see kids in person. So my education specialist team got together and they developed a pilot program for the science of reading. And since then, we have offered academies every semester, I would say. And then also we are now offering a summer intensive, which is kind of taking the 12 hour-and-a-half long sessions in each academy and then kind of scrunching them all up into 1 week. So we're going to be offering that in June. And since we've started, we have had 835 teachers go through our program, or through our academy. So we're really excited about that. And now I'm going to move on to School for the Blind. It was shared with me that there's many ways that School for the Blind tries to reach out. They have their students that attend there and receive their instruction and their work in orientation and mobility, academic support, et cetera. But they're also very, very active in outreach activities. And some of the different ways that School for the Blind get the word out is their specialists attend conferences. And one of the conferences that is going to be coming up is a big one, the California Transcribers and Educators of the Blind and Visually Impaired statewide conference. It's going to be happening April 20th to the 23rd. There are staff members from School for the Blind that are going to be presenting there, 16 different sessions, and then 91 of their staff members is going to be attending. So that's a pretty big event. Also, it sounds like School for the Blind, they're doing lots of things with coding. So they were successful in launching something called the National Coding Symposium, and this was back in the spring of 2021. And they are partnering with the American Printing House for the Blind. And they hosted virtual week-long symposiums, actually both in 2021 and now 2022. And in the course of bringing this symposium, they have brought together over 100 presenters representing blind and low vision professional programmers, hiring managers, university professors, technology workers, teachers, and students. It started as an attempt to improve technology literacy and coding as a career pathway for California students have ended up with 49 states participating and people from almost 50 countries. That is phenomenal. That will be continuing. And then this year, CSB is hosting a Day of Code on May 9th on their campus in Fremont, together with the Centers for Assistive Technology from both Arizona and Alabama. They're going to be filming students that are going to be participating in full day coding opportunities. And the project will be filmed, and the film will be used to help market the National Day of Code on December 4th. And it's going to be used to kick off the Computer Science Education Week and the 2023 National Coding Symposium. Then they're also going to be offering another Day of Code on December 4th. And they want to kind of spread that out and perhaps start growing that into other locations in California besides Fremont. Let's see. And CSB is also going to be starting their summer, what they call their summer academies, and they run during the month of June, and they serve blind and visually impaired students from across the state. And some of the examples of the courses that students, if they come to the summer academy, can take are Cane to Canine is a guide dog right for you, discovering STEM through astronomy and 3D printing, Dungeons and Dragons, an introduction to tabletop role-playing games, future coders, and tactile physical maps, and more. So that's an example of some of the outreach activities of School for the Blind. And then just the last thing I want to add is something that Superintendent Thurman announced yesterday was about AB 1501. And that was the announcement that the state special schools and diagnostic centers have been approved to receive an annual budget increase through the Budget Act. And that's going to be effective 24-25. But right now the bill is sitting with the Assembly Appropriations Committee where they're going to vote on it for the cost. So we're still not sure how much money, et cetera, but we're very excited to get that because it's been a long time since we've had any type of budget increase like that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Johnson. All right, commissioners, your turn. Anybody would like to share out any liaison reports? All right, Commissioner Topalian and then Graf.
Commissioner, you said like the meeting reports? Sorry. So oh no, sorry. Thought that wasn't it. I was ready to.
Commissioner Graf.
Yes, I'm the liaison for the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. And they have not had a meeting since we last met, but they are meeting right now, today and tomorrow. So I'll have more of an update. But I do want to share a piece of legislation that I think is quite interesting to track is AB 672 introduced by Jackson. Looks like some people are familiar with that. It requires the commission to convene a teacher credentialing task force and requires the task force to examine, among other things, the available research on factors that enable and constrain recruitment, credentialing, and retention of a diverse teaching workforce and the experience of student candidates in various credentialing pathways. And one of the interesting elements of that, I mean, this has been an ongoing conversation about exams and this sort of thing as being barriers. But one of the interesting areas moving forward will be the teaching performance assessments that candidates have to complete in order to get their credential, and whether that also is a barrier. The interesting thing for us is that the Ed Specialist programs just this year implemented a teaching performance assessment, whether it's the Ed TPA or the Cal TPA. So it's going to be very interesting to follow this piece of legislation, but I'll have more to report on the activities of CTC at our next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Graf. Who's next? Nach?
Yes. And I'm actually playing the role of Commissioner Hamilton. Since she had to leave early, she texted me her liaison report, so I wanted to share it on her behalf. She is the liaison for the California Charter Schools Association, or CCSA, and she shared here a few updates of their recent work. CCSA was thrilled to host its annual in-person conference in Sacramento in March. They hosted 2,600 people at the Sacramento Convention Center and combined exciting content, learning, and a lobby day at the Capitol. All charter schools that have received the Community School Planning Grant have been coming together to think creatively about their community partnerships and ensuring the unique needs of all learners are considered. And lastly, she said, similarly, charter schools are eager to hear the results of the implementation grants that were submitted in March. So that's on behalf of Commissioner Hamilton for her California Charter Schools Association liaison work.
Thank you. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. I'm actually the liaison for low incidents, but we just had a nice update. And I was remiss in my duties, so I actually did not get a chance to connect with the California Hands and Voices group, which I usually do. But because I am a member, I also get all their information. And one thing I wanted to point out for anyone who is interested is they have their ASTRA training. They have it's an educational advocacy support and training workshop that they have for parents and advocates and professionals. So it's a one-day workshop that's coming up. They do it in Northern California and Southern California. They had their Southern California, I think a couple months ago. And I actually went to that one like a few years ago. I flew down to San Diego to attend, and it was really worthwhile. I'm actually thinking of going to the one that's coming up in Berkeley because I want a refresher and an update on anything new, but it's also just a very a powerful program that they have there. And that is coming up on Saturday, April 29th, again in Berkeley. And I think the easiest way to find that is either to go on Facebook and look up California Hands and Voices, or look on their website, which is cahandsandvoices.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sorter.
All right. My two liaison partners have been very actively involved the last 2 days. So I wanted to thank Cars Plus for the representatives. They've been here the last 2 days, but they did leave just a little while ago. So I did want to acknowledge about them being here and supporting. And then, of course, California Transition Alliance. We talked to very supportive of us. They've just, one of the things they didn't talk about is they've updated their website. And so it's California transitionalliance.org. And if you go under the resources, what we do resources, they've updated their post-secondary resources. So it's tools for effective transition. And then you just click the bubbles and there's lots of different like breakout sections. And then after school employment, education and training and independent living. And you can click on those and lots of resources in April. That might be something you might be interested in looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? All right. So I'm going to allow an opportunity for the public to have a comment. All right, the slide is up for folks online. All right, I see no commenters in the building. I'll give another ticks for the phone.
There are currently no callers for this item.
All right, hearing none, let's take a bathroom break. Let's take a 15. So what's that mean? For what? 4:10? 4:05?
4:06 actually. Yeah, we don't want to go.
Okay, so
4:06.
4:05.
My flight's not going to go until 6:30, so we're going to stay.
We turn back here at 4:05. Thank you. Welcome back, commissioners. We are going to move right on into item number 14, Mental Health Committee updates and reports. We will now hear from Commissioner Topalian, who will give us an update regarding the progress of the committee.
Thank you. This report is from Commissioner Estes from this morning's meeting for mental health. The priority for the Mental Health Committee this year has been impact of mental health needs on least restrictive environment placement for students with disabilities, with a focus on increased inclusionary practice and least restrictive environment. The focus areas of the Mental Health Committee have been in 5 areas: inclusionary practices for students with disabilities with mental health needs in community schools to increase least restrictive environment. And to further this, the request is to have the special, well, we discussed the special ed is going to come out with an article on the community of school. Commissioner Snipes mentioned in our last commission meeting regarding their inclusionary practices. Commission has asked for the follow-up from CDE regarding how students with disabilities and inclusionary practices are being included in the community schools rollout, including in any applications for community school grants. And then yesterday, Superintendent Thurman had mentioned about CDE would be happy to do a follow-up presentation on this topic. And we'd like to motion for, do we do that now? We'd like to motion for them to return and to do a follow-up presentation on this topic about how the community of schools are integrating students, are including the students with disabilities in their in the whole rollout. Anything else about this that I'm?
Do you want a second?
Yes, I motion.
An
Yes.
official motion, or does she?
Sorry, I just keep going. No, I'm on a roll.
I'll second. I will make the motion, but I forget all the language they used.
Second, Commissioner Topalian. No, so you say that you're going to include the students with disabilities in community of schools and have Superintendent Thurman come back with his team to present.
Okay, so I move that Superintendent Thurman comes back to present about how students with disabilities are being considered for inclusionary practices in the community schools grant work.
I think we should say Zimmerman.
Oh, that
Zimmer.
is actually, yes.
Zimmer, Steve Zimmer. So let's reframe it.
Can we also say make a request? Is that how?
A presentation.
What's the presentation?
Do you want me to start over? I would like to make a motion that we pass along a request to Superintendent Thurman that we would like for Deputy Superintendent Zimmer to come back and present to us about how students with disabilities are being included in the community schools grant work.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I just want to make sure when we make the request, is that something that that'll happen, or is the motion to move it puts it on the agenda?
The motion is to write a letter to CDE to request a presentation from Deputy Superintendent Zimmer. Any further discussion? Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to modify the motion if possible. It's not just to include students with disabilities, but in order to promote inclusion of students with disabilities in general education classrooms.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Would you like to restate the motion?
Oh, Lord.
I would like to make the motion that the advisory commission send a letter to State Superintendent Thurman to request that Deputy Superintendent Zimmer return to ACSE to discuss the inclusion of students with disabilities in the plans for community schools in order to promote the inclusion of students with disabilities in general education classrooms.
Is there a second?
A second. Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Chapman, can you please facilitate a roll call vote?
Commissioner Estes? Commissioner Graff?
Yes.
Chair Hayes White?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Notch?
Yes.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorter,
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian,
Yes.
Commissioner Michaud,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Yes.
That concludes the roll call.
All right, thank you. The motion passes. I pass the mic back to you.
Thank you. So next item is the committee will also be seeking community schools that could potentially present on how they use community schools to increase inclusionary practices and least restrictive environment for students with disabilities with mental health needs. What are the barriers and any suggestions on policy or practice reform? Number 2, a reduction in out-of-home and NPS placement for students with disabilities with mental health needs. Realize a CDE commissioned report, NPS, non-public school, non-public agency is due in 2026. The committee would ask that this include an analysis of number of students with disabilities with mental health needs in non-public schools and residential treatment center placements, both in and out of state, and identify recommendations for the state to take to reduce such placements. I'm reading it slow for the translator. Hold on. Interpreter. Okay. Committee would also would ask for a presentation before the report is finalized in order to give input. B, committee discussed that some of the presentations this year have mentioned the interagency integration work that has happened in certain regions across education, regional centers, probation, child welfare, public and private health to robustly serve students with intensive mental health needs, such as Tulare at the last meeting. Tulare at the last meeting. Committee would like a presentation on how best practice system of care work in California is being supported to increase inclusionary practices and reduce out-of-home placements for students with disabilities with mental health needs. Thinking this could be by the state system of care team and implementing county. So we would like to make that request. So one of the things has been that we were having, I think it's educating a lot of the different systems of what each system does, but how we could also integrate some of those services, as we've always mentioned. Usually parents are, if we're confused who has the right to do what or where the funding's coming from, it's usually even more confusing for parents, and who suffers is the student. So we want to make sure we advocate and we educate everybody so we could all work together. So that's that. And then the committee also discussed expanding tier 1 conditions for success for students with disabilities with mental health needs. We discussed the current over $4 billion Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, which includes 14 work streams dedicated to improving mental and behavioral health for children in California, including increased funding and resources for school-based and school-linked supports. And the committee would love to ask for a presentation on what the CYBHI is and how it'll utilize to expand school-based and school-linked mental health and behavioral health support so students with disabilities with mental health needs in California. We discussed one of the components of the CYBHI is expanded peer support, and wanted to thank Mary Grady and Special Edge for now partnering with youth to write an article about peer support and how it is assisting students with disabilities. Expanded mental health supports for staff, students with disabilities, and their parents through interagency and community integration and engagement. We discussed that this includes educating staff, students with disabilities, and their parents regarding what their entitlements for mental health services and support include across agencies so they can advocate for those services and seek increased care support and navigation. And some of the different things we discussed was working with our family empowerment centers as possible avenues for expanding this knowledge. And then the committee discussed presentations by the family empowerment centers, CDE, and other family youth engagement efforts to discuss how we are viewing the students with disabilities and their parents into forums to educate them about their mental health entitlements in California, including across agencies, and empowering them to seek those entitlements and improve services and navigating and access. And then the last one is about including youth voice in mental health committee agenda development and implementation. And we'll do this when we have our youth members to include them in input and agenda building, also hoping they could connect to a larger youth advisory network for the commission and be a part of the superintendent's youth committee. Any other issues that I didn't bring up, commissioners?
I think that one of the things that continuously came up when we were having our meeting was just the siloed work that's being done with all the initiatives across the state, and really identifying all of those initiatives, and then also identifying a through line and where connections can be made and where work that's currently being done separately can be brought together and addressed in a more collective manner, and avoiding that one more thing, and really just focusing on that one system that we keep talking about.
Excellent.
Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Notch.
Just one quick thing, and Commissioner Topalian covered it in part of her update, but Commissioner Estes was sharing that she uses mental health to encompass social, emotional, and behavioral health. And so when Commissioner Topalian was listing requests for students with mental health needs, she was representing social, emotional, and behavioral health.
Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? Seeing none at this time, I am going to ask that the public comment slide go up, and that if any commenters in the building who would like to speak. Seeing none in the building, I'm going to wait a couple of ticks for public comment. On the phone, that is.
There are no online callers at this time.
Thank you. We now are going to move into item number 15, Goal Award Committee updates and reports. And now we will hear from the Goal Award Committee Chair, Commissioner Oyakawa. I pass the mic to you.
So for those of you who are new or in the bigger audience and don't know, the Goal Award is the Grazer Outstanding Achievement and Learning Award, and it's one of the more fun parts of our work. And it's an award that's used to highlight best practices in California with regard to special education. And it's something that was started, I don't know how many years ago, but through a generous donation from Brian Grazer and his family from the Hollywood world, got this started. And so every year we have an application process. We go through, check out the different programs that apply, and then we award a monetary award and recognition. And ideally we share out those practices as well. At our last meeting in February for ACSE, we had approved or received the timeline for the award applications. They were supposed to be, I think it was March 31st. Unfortunately, that information did not get out through the listservs and on our website or webpage. And so we had approval from the CDE to change the application due date. And please correct me if I'm wrong. It is now going to be Monday, May 22nd. So if anyone is watching this, I believe the website still has not been updated. I know that CDE will be putting out on their listserv, and then as well as the other listservs throughout the State Department of Education, information about the application process. But if anyone wants to go to the ACSE website now and look up Goal Award or Grazer Outstanding Achievement and Learning Award, you will see there is the same application. We're using the same form. And so you can still use that. And again, the new deadline is May 22nd. And based on that, that's when all programs need to submit their applications. My understanding, and please, Dr. Kellemies, let me know if I'm wrong, starting with May 22nd is the due date. By May 30th, all applications will be sent to goal committee members or earlier as they're received. So we have as much time as possible to review and score them. And again, we're using the rubric that is on the on our webpage for the ACSE Goal Award. By June 6th, the committee needs to return scores to CDE. And then on the 13th of June, the results will come back to the committee so we know who the winner is. The winner will then be announced at our June ACSE meeting, which is, I believe, the 14th or 15th. So one of those 2 days will be the time for the announcement. And we will at that time determine the final award amounts for this year. And that in part will depend on how we're doing on fundraising or approaches to fundraising, which is another part of what we talked about today. So again, the new deadline is going to be Monday, May 22nd for programs who want to apply for the Goal Award. Our intention is for next year to resume to the award being made in April. So going back to an early March or whatever deadline that we would have usually take place. And then in this case, again, our award will be made June 14th, 15th meeting. And then with the intention that at the August 16th to 17th meeting is when the winner would be making their presentation. We would like, and I'll be making do I need to make a motion, I think, about this timeline? Okay, I'll be making a motion and you all can help me fill in the terms for this. But we would like to have the presentation via Zoom as we had done in recent years since the pandemic. One of the reasons, for those of you who weren't here with us before, years before I joined ACSE, the winners would be flown up to Sacramento and given the award, and they'd make a presentation in person. And as our funds started to dwindle, we decided rather than using that money for the flight, and as much as I'm sure everybody wants to come to Sacramento, we would try to put more of the money going back to the programs as part of the award. So we'd like to stay with that format. We also think it might be more convenient for the programs to not have to fly and do all that. It's a little bit easier. But we would like to add something new this year where we would have a member of the ACSE commission, whoever is residing closest to the program winner, actually go in person to either a school board meeting or some sort of event where they could go in person and acknowledge and celebrate the program and highlight them to their own community. And at that time, someone made a great recommendation for a plaque. Somebody in the committee made that recommendation. So we're going to want to ask for a little bit of funding just to have a plaque made up to have something that they can put up on the wall to show what they've accomplished. So, so that was one of the first parts. So that's the timeline that's coming up. Part of that, and I think I should have said this first, was I want to make sure I know who is on the committee now because we grew exponentially from the last meeting. So I'm listing who I had noted down, and please correct me if I missed anybody or I put somebody who was just there for the snacks. I have in alphabetical order Elizabeth Estes. She's not here anymore, so she can't say she's not in the committee. Vicki Graff, I don't know if are you in it? Would you like to? Okay, we'd love your input especially when it comes to scoring. Dawn Hamilton, who was not able to come today, but she's always part of our group. And then Russell Michaud, am I pronouncing it right? Michaud. Okay, sorry. Michaud. Sarah Notch. Gloria Ruiz, she was in it last time. She hasn't told me otherwise. Heather Snipes, you're in it. Janine Topelian, and Matthew Wilkins, right? Is there anyone I forgot who was there who would like to be, or anybody who would like to be on it that's not in the group? So if we have those names down, I think, DeAndre, are you the one who's going to be sending out the information? So as the applications come in, if you could please make sure that everyone I just listed is included in receiving those applications.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. All right. And one of the things when I think we talked about this already, that we would like to make sure that that the information gets out this time. Director Calamise did indicate to me earlier that it'd be coming out in the next couple of days on our special ed listserv. And again, there were a couple others. If you could remind me which the other listservs that we're trying to get them added onto.
Yes, and so I make confirmation that that announcement will go out tomorrow on our special education listservs. We can also coordinate with our communications team at CDE to have that information go out on the sort of Superintendent Thurman does have a sort of a newsletter blast as well as our some of our listservs that are geared more towards county office or sort of LEA staff. So we're happy to coordinate with our other divisions to get the message out.
Okay, thank you. And we would request that it be put out as soon as possible. And then as well, and I think almost as importantly is to have that web page updated. So I'm not sure if there's someone on your staff that I should be following up with.
So when that announcement goes out, it's sort of concurrent that when the announcement goes out tomorrow, the website will also be updated concurrently with that as well.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Then the other question that we were covering in our committee meeting is the funding, and this is an ongoing discussion since I joined ACSE. So I think currently we're at about $14,600 with our balance, and we had talked about ways that we could seek to increase the funding so that we can continue this goal award. I think it's a really great way to really celebrate those programs that are doing so much to help our students and share out with others what they're doing. So we had talked about going back to the Grazer family or other possible donors who might be interested in supporting this program. Director Calamise, we talked earlier, and I think you were also going to follow up again about how we get the funding if we're able to get somebody to make a donation, whether we would use the CDE Foundation or what kind of mechanism we would need to follow and what protocol we need to follow to bring money in. But before we do that, we want to see who's available. And one of the things we have an ask for from CDE staff is if we can get help from staff to get us a list of the past winners. There must be a blurb somewhere, or at least the applications that we would have received from the previous winners. We'd like to compile, a single page, or not single page, but a single document of all the past winners so that we can share with the Grazer family and thank them and demonstrate to them the value of their donation. And as well as just sharing out those programs, because it's not on our webpage now. I think every year it's updated with the most recent winner, but there isn't an ongoing look at these programs and look at them over the years. And I think it's something that we were talking about in committee would be very helpful, not only even for future applicants to look at to see what kinds of things have gone through, but also to help celebrate the programs. And then again, if we're asking for donations, I'm sure a donor would like to know what the money is doing.
Yeah. I did want to note, and I just took a look at the sort of current goal award page that's on our city website. It does list the winners that go back to 2012, 2013 through sort of the last award. So it does list who received the award and why. So that list there, it is provided and could be provided to the Grazer Foundation.
That would be a great start. So do you think this is complete then? Because I wasn't sure if this went all the way back.
Right. So I can, certainly this is what we have here, but certainly can dig in the archives and find out, previous to that, if we have record of that as well.
I guess I felt when I looked at it that it wasn't complete. But whatever information, and if this is all we have, because, records are hard to track down, I think this is at least a good start. And yeah, we would appreciate the help with that. And then the other thing too, again, is getting help with getting the information out. So whether it's through the listservs that we talked about already, just in general for getting the information out for marketing and for outreach in general. So we were actually talking about if this is something that CDE staff needs to do, because I know you guys are a little overworked over there. Or if this is something that we might be able to get help from the SIP, the Supporting Inclusive Practices Group. That was discussed as a possible a group, since are they, am I wrong that this is where special ed is right? So there's already a lot of work happening on their end, and we weren't sure if this is something that perhaps we're not saying give them more work, but maybe if there's something that they can give support to, if they've got the staff for it, if whether it's I don't know how the contracting works with the Department of Education, but if either increased funding or something, somehow we just want to get it done. So we weren't sure, how to do this so that we're not giving extra work that can't get done, because if the staff just can't do it, then they can't do it. So we'd like to understand how to get it done. So am I missing something? Who was in the meeting? Does that sound like I covered it all? So Commissioner Snipes, you look like you had a question, or I must have misstated something.
I think that's just my face. Also, what is the specific ask regarding SIP?
SIP, we were talking about getting support from them to help with additional duties of getting the announcements out. So one would be like a blurb in the special ed, and we had previously missed the deadline because we thought it was a March 31st deadline. And I think we might be able to make like just a blurb, just even a link to the webpage that has the application information. And then with help with consolidating information and making it presentable, and starting with this page that I didn't realize has maybe most of the information. Maybe it's already all there. But any more information we can get on getting the past winners, the years that they won in the programs, and a little description, a blurb about each of the programs, just to help us with outreach. To increase the number of applicants, and just make the LEAs aware that this still exists, and we want to keep it going. So I think I need to make a motion on the new timeline. Does that sound? Why do I feel like I'm by myself here? Why isn't anybody jumping in? Come on, Mary, help me out. All right, it's comprehensive. So I don't know if we need to make the motion, but I just want to.
What timeline do you want to be consistent? Because we want the goal award process to be consistent with the timeline that we've been using all these years. So are we doing a new timeline now, or we want to go back to the old timeline? What timeline are we referring to?
We're using a new timeline for this year because the deadline did not get, the word did not get out. So for this is the 2022-23 year. We would like the timeline to be a May 22nd application due date. And we would like, on our end, what we need is the goal committee members need to receive the applications by May 30th because they are due back June 6th. So basically, as far as what we want on an annual basis, we've always asked for at least 1 week for the goal committee to review and score any applications that come in before they are due back to CDE staff for compiling the numbers. So really, it goes back to the CDE staff, what they need as far as how many days before our meeting date that they want to get it done. So I kind of count backwards from there. So I'm not sure how to make a motion that captures that, or if it's necessary.
If we are in agreement with CDE with this current timeline, then I think we could be in agreement. However, moving forward, did you want to have the April announcement and June presentation timeline. That's
No, we, in our committee, we discussed resuming the February announcement for the April winner announcement.
you want that timeline.
Return to that next year and going forward.
Then maybe you can propose a motion to return back to that timeline for 2023-24.
Okay.
That's what you want. And we can discuss that.
Okay. Do I need to make a motion or someone else needs to do that? Does it?
Anyone can make a motion.
Okay. So then I guess I would like to, Janine, are you ready? Go ahead. Move that the goal application due date for the 2022-23 year be updated to be Monday, May 22nd for the application deadline. And that for the 2023-24 ACSE year, that the application deadline be returned to a March 2024 date.
Okay, let's agree for the May timeline and let's make a motion to, yes.
Okay, one more time. Next, the last one. I move that for the 2022-23 year, that the goal award application deadline from programs is Monday, May 22nd. And that by Tuesday, May 30th or earlier, all applications will be forwarded from the CDE staff to the goal committee members. And June 6th, the committee scores will be returned to the CDE staff. June 13th, the CDE score results will be returned to the committee. And then at the June 14th, 15th, 2023 ACSE meeting, winners would be announced and award amounts determined. Okay.
I second what she just said about changing it for this year and changing the timeline to the new dates.
Any discussion? Ms. Chapman, can you please facilitate a roll call vote?
My pleasure. Commissioner Estes? Commissioner Graff?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Chair Hayes White?
Aye.
Commissioner Notch?
Yes.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorter?
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian?
Yes.
Commissioner Michow?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins?
Yes.
That concludes the roll call.
All right. So Commissioner Oyakawa, can you please email me those dates?
Yes, I can.
All right. So is there another consideration for a motion for the following year?
Yes, except since we don't have the February calendar dates yet, I'm going to make it a more general motion. If that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Or just wait until we have.
Okay, we can wait. Perfect. All right. All right, commissioners, any further comment on this item topic?
Do I need to make a motion to request CDE staff support for all this? I think we're already getting it now.
I think they're on it.
Okay. And I think it sounds like at this point we do not need assistance from SIP. Does that sound accurate? Except that we would ask if SIP could please add it, if possible, if it's not too late to add it to the special ed newsletter. I don't think we need a motion for that, do I?
I will bring it to my team and give you an update on that.
Yeah.
All right, any further comments from commissioners on this Hearing none, I'm going to ask that the public comment slide get put up and allow an opportunity for folks inside to comment if they would like. Seeing none, I'll wait a couple of pauses for public comment.
There are no callers for this item.
Thank you. We now move into item number 16, agenda building. Commissioners, this is the time to make your suggestions for potential agenda items for our June meeting or beyond. So I want folks to be real intentional about your suggestions and who to contact. So if you have a suggestion, write it down and the contact folks who can be contacted for follow-up. I am going to start with my suggestions, and that is, we discussed the compliance and improvement monitoring, CIM, and also compliance and improvement monitoring for comprehensive coordinated early interventioning services, SIM for CSAs. So is that two different things, but one and the same? Did I say that right?
You did. We could accomplish both of those in one presentation.
I do really want to have, for June, an understanding of the SIM process. That is separate. And I do want us to have an understanding of the SIM for CSA's process and what that means for our system and for our state and for our local education agencies. All right, so I wanted to put that officially on the record. There's something else I'm missing. All right, I'm going to pass the mic to other folks while I remember what else I was thinking. Commissioners? Commissioner Lopez.
I think there's been mention today of family empowerment centers, and I think they're doing a great job. And I have been fortunate to be approved for our chair, appointed by our chair with my fellow Commissioner Ruiz. And so we've had some ongoing meetings with them. And I think the person would be Robin Ryan from Seeds of Partnership. And if that's not the person to ask, then I certainly can ask some of those who are on this committee that I'm speaking with. I know myself that I did not know of all the work they were doing when I really needed them. I still need them, but I think many still don't know all of the services and the guidance that they're doing out there in the community. So I think that's one. And then my second recommendation is, I don't have a person right now, but I know I could find someone. I think many of us could. I think it'd be great at the next meeting or the following to have someone here that would give an overview on the legislative process of a bill going through the House and the Senate and what happens when there's money attached and whatnot. I happen to be the chair of the Legislative and Public Policy Committee for the State Council on Developmental Disabilities for a long time. And when they came to present us, it was an eye-opener for me on how bills get through. And I think we would be able to look bills up and really understand that whole process and be an advisory to whoever needs us to communicate on any particular bill. So I think that's a suggestion. And I don't have a person, but I'm sure we could find one, somebody.
Commissioner Notch.
For June, Vice Chair Toston and I would need a little bit more time on the agenda than we usually do for committee updates because we'll be bringing some proposed changes to discuss. So we were talking about developing a policy priorities roadmap, potentially looking through updating our logic model and developing a strategic plan. So we would want to have time to present and discuss those and then potentially take action on them.
So you're saying you need your committee time in addition to your report time, more time?
Just the report time. I think we could review in committee with our usual amount of time, but the report out, if we're potentially going to be taking action, we would want more time to share and then have discussion about what we review in committee.
How much time are you thinking?
We usually have 15 minutes?
Yeah. You want 30?
30?
I'll put that in.
Great. Thank you so much.
Any other commissioners? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to ask that the public comment slide get put up and then take any public comments for proposed agenda items from the public in the audience. All right, seeing no proposals in the audience, I'll wait for a couple of seconds to see if we have any proposals from the public online or on the phone.
Chair Hayes White.
Yes.
Possible after public comment, I do have one more to add if possible.
Sure.
There are no online callers at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Graff, I pass the mic to you.
Thank you. Yeah, in our conversation yesterday with the superintendent, I mentioned about retention of education specialists, special educators, and to possibly add that as an agenda item. We did have a letter early at our previous meeting regarding caseload, workload for education specialists. I would probably add in there, well, I think that's sufficient at that point, but to look at other factors related to the retention of special educators. Thank you.
At 30 minutes to leg policy. Commissioner Graff. Commissioner Notch.
Thank you. Sorry, I was looking again at what Commissioner Toston and I went over earlier. Is it possible to request 45 minutes to an hour, or is that too much time?
I'll put your request in, and then when I'm building the agenda, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
45. All right. Any other comments? Seeing and hearing none, we are now going to move into item number 17, general public comment. At this time, the public is invited to make comments on any matter, including items not on the agenda. Commissioners are precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, questions may be asked by commissioners for clarification purposes. The commission would like to acknowledge receipt of all public comments submitted via email. Issues raised by the public may be referred to a future agenda meeting item. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes. Ms. Chapman, please put up the slide for public commenters, and I'll wait a couple ticks.
Caller ending with 7407. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
This is Judy McKinley calling in. I would like to suggest that the Advisory Commission on Special Ed look at the issue of the lack of speech and language pathologists that are available both from agencies and school districts. There are many jobs out there for those. It's my understanding the need is to increase programs. Either I'm not sure which is appropriate, the UC system or the state college system, and possibly private schools to increase the number of slots for people wanting to become speech and language pathologists. Chris Holden, Assemblyman Chris Holden, has shown an interest in this in the past, and I believe understands it. If that would be helpful, might be a starting place. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you.
Caller ending with 7101. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Modoc County SELPA Director. Last year, using the Compliance and Improvement Monitoring SIM process, Modoc Joint Unified School District was identified as targeted 2 for disproportionality for over-identification of students who are white and that qualify for special education under the category of intellectual disability. Due to the district's small population, using the current risk ratio calculation, Modoc Joint's number of students who are white and intellectually disabled is compared to the state average. However, what is not captured by the current formula is that the number of students who are white and at ID is consistent with Modoc Joint's general education white population and our rural communities white population as a whole, which both have higher white populations than the state average. Using the current SIM process, aside from showing a decrease in our number of students who are white and qualify for special education under the category of intellectual disability, there is no current way out of the SIM process. This year, Modoc Joint School District has now been identified as targeted 3, level 3 for disproportionality for the same finding, over-identification of white students who qualify for special education under the category of intellectual disability. This finding could lead to an eventual sanction of our federal funds with the 15% coordinated early intervening services requirement if we are found to be significantly disproportionate in this area for 3 or more years. As a very rural, small, and sparse SELPA and county, our local education agencies already have limited funding. This would be an additional unintended consequence of servicing our population eligible under this disability category. We completely support and understand the California Department of Education's obligation to monitor districts. We believe these activities have the potential to improve our programs and outcomes for students. Our request is that the SIM process include a method for looking at the unique needs of small districts. Examples could include numbers of relative
Caller
students to the district as a
7101,
whole.
your time is up.
Okay.
Caller ending with 1750. Please state your name and affiliation. Your time starts now.
Tom O'Malley. I am the superintendent of the Modoc Joint Unified School District, enrollment 832. We have recently entered targeted 3 status in the compliance and implementation monitoring process, which is California's special education monitoring framework for identifying too many white students with intellectual disabilities. Last year, my SELPA director and I spent a multitude of hours working through the targeted 2 process, a process we entered into because we had one too many white students identified as ID. The end result was a realization by myself and others, even at the state level, that the state model does not apply to small LEAs. ID cannot be cured. We have an obligation to identify students that have a disability. Our process has been reviewed by other agencies and support networks and has been found to be solid. Because we are working hard to honor our responsibilities as educators, we are rewarded by given more meetings, more researching, and more plan writing. We may ultimately see funds diverted. It feels like much of the new monitoring systems are unfunded mandates. Our charge is to service students, and these new requirements take time away from the real work, especially for small LEAs whose staff are often in many different roles as one person. My district will continue to serve all of its students in the best way we possibly can. My hope is that the state realizes the SIM process impedes my ability to do so. I invite you all to Modoc Joint, as I am very proud of what we do and how we serve our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller.
That concludes the callers for this item.
Thank you so much. All right, commissioners, seeing no further business, man, we just made it, didn't we? I now adjourn our two-day April 20th, 2023 meeting at 4:57 p.m. Thank you. I'll see you in June.